Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The rain had fallen steadily over Gotham for 3 days, turning the city's Gothic architecture slick and gleaming under streetlights that seemed to struggle against the darkness. Lightning flashed silently in the distance as Batman stood atop the cathedral spire, his cape weighted with rainwater, listening to the urgent voice in his cowl. "We've lost contact with Arkham," Commissioner Gordon's voice crackled with static and tension. "Security systems went dark 10 minutes ago. Backup generators failed to engage." Batman's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the distant silhouette of Arkham Island, barely visible through the sheets of rain. The facility's usual perimeter lights were absent, leaving only a hulking shadow against the stormy sky. "Any distress calls before communications went down?" he asked, already moving, the momentum of his descent carrying him from the cathedral's stone guardian to the adjacent rooftop. "Just one. Fragmented. Something about the power room being compromised." Gordon's voice tightened. "The storms flooded the low roads to the island. GCPD response will be delayed by at least 40 minutes. Batman had already calculated as much. The timing, during the heaviest rainstorm of the year when island access was most restricted, suggested planning, not opportunity. "I'm on my way. Keep the GCPD back until I've assessed the situation." "You think it's a trap?" Batman launched his grapnel toward a lower building, the momentum of his swing carrying him through the rain-swept darkness. "I think someone chose tonight very carefully." The Batmobile cut through flooded streets, its modified engine growling as it parted the rising waters. In his mind, Batman was already reviewing Arkham's current high-risk inmates. Joker had been recaptured 3 weeks ago after his latest chemical plant scheme. Crane had been in custody for months, seemingly docile but always calculating. Dent's cooperation had been improving in therapy, but that often preceded his most violent breaks. And Waylon Jones, Killer Croc, had been transferred back to Arkham last month after nearly drowning 2 guards at Blackgate. 4 of his most dangerous adversaries, all contained within Arkham's walls. When the lights went out, Alfred, Batman activated his secondary comm channel as the Batmobile approached the bridge to Arkham Island. "I need a status update on Arkham's security systems." "Working on it now, sir," Alfred replied, the sound of rapid keystrokes accompanying his voice. "Most systems are non-responsive, but I'm detecting fragmented data packets. The security grid didn't simply fail, it was methodically dismantled." Batman's suspicions hardened into certainty. "Upload the most recent facility schematics to my cowl, and notify Nightwing that I may need backup." "Already done. Master Dick is currently handling a situation downtown, but says he can be at Arkham within 30 minutes if needed." The Batmobile slowed as it approached Arkham's main gates, which hung partially open, swaying slightly in the wind. No guards were visible in the security booth. The usual harsh floodlights that bathed the entrance in stark brightness were dark, leaving only the vehicle's headlights to cut through the gloom. Batman exited the Batmobile, the rain immediately soaking his exposed lower face as he surveyed the entrance. His cowl switched to detective mode, revealing heat signatures. 2 bodies in the security booth, both still alive but unconscious. Not a massacre, then. At least not yet. Moving swiftly but cautiously, he approached the booth, noting the security panel had been precisely disassembled rather than smashed, components removed with surgical precision. The guards showed no signs of physical trauma, but their breathing was unusually shallow. With practiced efficiency, Batman extracted a small sample from one guard's bloodstream, his cowl analyzing the composition. The results confirmed his suspicion. Traces of Scarecrow's fear toxin, but in a sedative variant rather than the usual hallucinogenic formula. They hadn't been terrorized. They'd been quietly neutralized. The implications were troubling. Crane rarely opted for subtlety when terror was an option. The sedative approach suggested collaboration. Someone had convinced him to modify his formula for a strategic purpose. Batman moved through the main gates, staying to the shadows despite the absence of active security cameras. The administrative building loomed ahead, its Victorian architecture made more ominous by the darkness. Only occasional flashes of lightning revealed the full scope of the asylum grounds. The treatment center to the east, the intensive containment unit to the west, and the maximum security wing's reinforced structure to the north. A sudden flash of lightning revealed a figure darting between buildings, too quick to identify, but moving with purpose rather than the chaotic scrambling of an escaped inmate. Batman altered his course, following at a distance, using the intermittent darkness between lightning flashes to close the gap. The figure disappeared into the treatment center, leaving a door slightly ajar. Batman paused, scanning the building with his cowl's enhanced vision. Multiple heat signatures moved within, some clustered in what appeared to be offices or secure rooms, others moving erratically through corridors. The pattern matched a partial breakout. Staff sheltering in place, inmates roaming free, but no mass exodus from the building itself. "Alfred," Batman whispered, "any progress on restoring Arkham's systems?" "Nothing yet, sir. Whatever sabotage occurred was remarkably thorough. I'm attempting to access the backup systems, but they appear to have been compromised weeks ago. Someone planted dormant subroutines throughout Arkham's network." The level of preparation confirmed Batman's worst fear. This wasn't an impulsive breakout, but a coordinated plan months in the making. And given the precision, he had a strong suspicion about the mastermind. Batman slipped through the treatment center's door, immediately noting the scent of antiseptic overlaid with something sharper, the faint chemical odor he associated with Crane's work. The corridor ahead was dimly lit by emergency lighting, the red glow casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. A soft noise from a nearby room drew his attention, not the chaotic sounds of violence or escape, but a controlled, rhythmic tapping. Batman approached cautiously, easing the door open to reveal a young woman in a lab coat huddled under a desk, tapping a pen nervously against a clipboard. "Dr. Park." Batman read the name badge visible in his cowl's enhanced vision. The woman startled, nearly striking her head on the desk. "Batman?" Her voice quavered, but relief was evident. "Thank God, they're all out. All of them." "Who orchestrated this?" Batman asked, helping the psychiatrist to her feet. Her hands were cold and trembling. "I don't know exactly. The power went first, then the backup generators. Then we heard..." She swallowed hard. Laughter. "Over the PA system. Joker." He was reading off security codes, staff locations, information he shouldn't have had access to. Batman frowned. Joker was chaotic, but far from technically adept. The security sabotage didn't align with his methods. What happened next? Different areas reported problems simultaneously. Fear toxin in the East Wing ventilation, flooding in the lower levels, and explosions, controlled ones, at key security junctions. Dr. Park's professional composure was returning, her clinical mind cataloguing events despite her fear. It wasn't random. Each incident neutralized a different containment system. Where were you when it started? Observation Room 6, reviewing Crane's latest psychological evaluation. A tremor passed through her body. He knew Batman. He looked right at the camera and said, "Time to spread our wings, Doctor." Then the power went out. Batman processed this information rapidly. The scope suggested multiple high-level inmates working in concert, something that rarely occurred given their conflicting pathologies and egos. Something or someone had united them, at least temporarily. A distant crash echoed through the building, followed by manic laughter that sent Dr. Park shrinking back against the wall. The Joker was somewhere in the treatment center, and getting closer. Is there a secure location nearby? Somewhere with independent ventilation? Batman asked urgently. Dr. Park nodded. The pharmaceutical vault hermetically sealed. Security code 5293. Go there. Now, stay quiet, stay hidden. Batman handed her a small breathing mask from his utility belt. Use this if you smell anything unusual. As Dr. Park hurried down the corridor, Batman moved in the opposite direction, toward the source of the laughter. The red emergency lights cast everything in a crimson glow that distorted shapes and distances, creating a disorienting effect that would advantage those familiar with the environment. He switched his cowl back to detective mode, tracking heat signatures through walls. 3 figures were moving erratically 2 corridors ahead, 1 leading, 2 following. Their movement patterns suggested the followers were in some form of chemical distress, probably minor inmates under Joker's influence. Batman took to the ceiling, using exposed pipes to traverse the corridor silently. As he approached an intersection, the laughter grew louder, punctuated by the sound of breaking glass and incoherent mumbling from the followers. Come along, Joker's voice lilted through the darkness. So much to do, so many people to terrify. Daddy Joker needs his little helpers, bright-oined and bushy-tailed. Batman positioned himself at the junction, waiting as the footsteps grew closer. When Joker appeared beneath him, Batman remained motionless, observing. The clown was unusually focused, consulting what appeared to be a hand-drawn map as he walked. 2 disheveled inmates stumbled after him, their eyes wide and unfocused, occasionally giggling or twitching. Now let's see, Joker muttered, tapping the map. Johnny Boy should have the East Wing nice and terrified by now. And old Two-Face is probably finished with his little judicial review of the staff. He giggled to himself. Which means it's almost time for the main event. Batman's suspicions crystallized. The escapees weren't just fleeing. They were executing specialized roles in a larger plan. And Joker's reference to a main event suggested the asylum breakout might only be the prelude. In one fluid motion, Batman dropped from his position, landing silently behind the 2 affected inmates. A swift nerve strike rendered them unconscious before they could alert Joker, who continued walking, absorbed in his map and monologue. And dear Croc should be finishing his swimming lesson with the security team right about now. Joker checked an actual watch, the incongruously normal gesture at odds with his wild appearance. Which means Batsy will be getting very, very distracted, Batman finished now, directly behind the Joker. The clown froze mid-step, then slowly turned, his permanent grin widening with what appeared to be genuine delight. "Batsy, right on time, though I must say, finding me first wasn't in the program." He pouted dramatically. "You're supposed to be saving those tedious doctors in the East Wing from Crane's special perfume, or fishing guard bits out of the plumbing courtesy of our scaly friend." Batman grabbed Joker by his lapels, lifting him against the wall. "What's the plan, Joker? What's the main event?" Joker's laugh echoed in the narrow corridor. "Oh, Bat's always so serious. Can't a few criminally insane supervillains have a little get-together without you assuming we're up to something nefarious?" His expression shifted to mock offense. "Maybe we just wanted a change of scenery. Arkham's wallpaper is absolutely dreadful." A scream echoed from somewhere deeper in the facility, high and terrified, abruptly cut short. Batman's grip tightened on Joker's coat. "People are dying while you play games. That's the funny thing about games, Bats." Joker's voice dropped to a confidential whisper, all humor suddenly gone from his eyes. "The best ones have very high stakes and very specific rules." With surprising strength, he broke Batman's grip and danced backward, producing a small remote control from his pocket. For instance, Rule 1, Batman must play with all the clowns, not just his favorite. Before Batman could react, Joker pressed the button. A series of small explosions sounded from different areas of the asylum, followed immediately by alarm klaxons and the hiss of ventilation systems activating. "Oops. Sounds like scary Scarecrow just got an extra delivery of fear toxin to play with, and I think Two-Face's coin just came up very, very bad for the staff in the records room." Joker's smile stretched unnaturally wide. "So many playmates, so little Batman to go around. Whatever will you do?" Batman lunged for the remote, but Joker was already sprinting down the corridor, his laughter echoing off the walls. "Better hurry, Bats. The night is young, but I'm afraid some of Arkham's finest won't live to see the dawn." The choice was clear but agonizing. Pursue Joker and the remote that could trigger further chaos, or respond to the immediate threats now facing Arkham's trapped staff. Batman activated his cowl comm. "Alfred, I need a full structural map of Arkham's ventilation system, now, and tell Nightwing to expedite his arrival. Sending the ventilation schematics now, sir. Master Dick reports he's 17 minutes out." Batman studied the schematic that appeared in his cowl display, quickly identifying the primary distribution nodes. If Crane had introduced fear toxin into the system, the East Wing would be compromised within minutes. His decision made, Batman fired his grapnel toward a maintenance access panel, disappearing into the ceiling as Joker's laughter faded into the darkness. The ventilation shafts of Arkham were a cramped network of metal arteries running throughout the facility, carrying air and now fear toxin to every corner of the asylum. Batman moved swiftly through the narrow passages, his cowl's filtration system protecting him from the toxin that had already begun to spread through certain sections. His objective was the main distribution hub in the East Wing, where he could potentially isolate the contaminated airflow. But first, he needed to assess the situation in the areas already affected. Through ventilation grates, he glimpsed the effects of Crane's handiwork. Staff members cowering in corners, swatting at invisible threats, their faces contorted in primal terror. Some inmates had broken free in the chaos, while others remained locked in their cells, equally afflicted by the hallucinogenic toxin. The Batman paused above an especially distressing scene. A security guard had barricaded himself in a small office but was clearly suffering acute toxin exposure. The man fired his weapon repeatedly at the empty doorway, screaming about crawling horrors coming for him. "Alfred," Batman whispered, "I need you to override any functioning PA systems in the East Wing. Broadcast on a loop that help is coming, and to stay in secure rooms with sealed doors." "Attempting override now, sir. It appears some announcement systems are still operational on backup power." Batman continued through the ventilation system, eventually reaching a junction where the metallic walls were coated with an oily residue, the concentrated form of Crane's toxin recently released. He extracted a sample for later analysis, then followed the trail to its source. The distribution hub was a large mechanical room dominated by massive fans and filtering systems. In the center, illuminated by the eerie emergency lighting, stood Scarecrow. The lanky figure was hunched over a complex apparatus connected to the main ventilation intake, his mask-stitched grin aimed downward in concentration. "Fear is fascinating, isn't it, Batman?" Crane spoke without looking up, somehow aware of Batman's presence despite his silent approach. "How quickly it reduces the human mind to its most primitive state. Doctors, guards, patients, all equal in terror." Batman dropped from the ceiling, landing in a half-circle of clear space around Scarecrow. "It's over, Crane. Shut down the distribution system." Scarecrow straightened, his ragged form seeming to elongate in the red emergency light. "Over? We've barely begun the experiment." He gestured to a series of canisters connected to the ventilation system. Phase 1 was merely sedative, to neutralize perimeter security. Phase 2 introduces paranoid hallucinations to create confusion among the staff. But Phase 3, he lovingly caressed a larger canister with elongated fingers. Phase 3 targets the amygdala directly, pure distilled panic. No hallucinations, just overwhelming, paralyzing dread. "You're inducing a controlled mass psychotic break," Batman realized, noting the precision of Crane's setup. "This isn't just about escape. You're gathering data." "Such a keen mind." Scarecrow's voice carried a note of genuine appreciation. "Yes, Batman. Arkham has provided me with subjects, but denied me proper scientific observation. Tonight remedies that oversight." Batman moved closer, noting the timing mechanisms on the canisters. The third phase was set to deploy in less than 3 minutes. "And your alliance with Joker, Two-Face, and Croc. How does that serve your research?" Scarecrow tilted his head, the burlap mask shifting slightly. "Convergent interests, divergent methodologies. Joker wants chaos. Dent wants perverted justice. Jones wants hunting grounds. I want data." He spread his arms. "Arkham provides all of us with what we desire, at least for one glorious night. And after?" Batman edged closer to the distribution apparatus, analyzing its components for the quickest way to neutralize it. Scarecrow's voice lowered conspiratorially. "After is when our separate paths truly diverge, Dark Knight. But that's a hypothesis for another." Batman lunged forward, hurling 3 batarangs simultaneously, one at the timing mechanism, one at the connecting tubes, and one at the overhead emergency lighting. Darkness engulfed the room as the batarangs found their targets, the distribution system sputtering and hissing as pressure escaped from severed lines. Scarecrow reacted with surprising agility, releasing a cloud of toxin directly from his gauntlets as he backpedaled. "Your timing is impeccable as always, Batman," he called through the darkness. "But I've already collected sufficient preliminary data from this wing. The secondary systems in the intensive treatment center should be deploying now." A distant alarm sounded, followed by the mechanical hum of another ventilation system activating. Batman realized Crane had anticipated his intervention. preparing backup systems to continue his experiment regardless. Through the cowl's night vision, Batman tracked Scarecrow's retreating form, noting he was headed not toward an exit but deeper into the facility. This confirmed his suspicion that escape wasn't the primary objective of tonight's chaos. "Alfred?" Batman called as he disabled the remaining canisters. "I need the status on the intensive treatment center and locate any staff still trapped in the East Wing." "The intensive treatment center's internal sensors are offline, sir, but thermal imaging from satellite shows unusual heat patterns consistent with multiple fires. As for staff locations, I'm detecting approximately 12 personnel heat signatures in the East Wing, most concentrated in the secure records room and primary staff lounge." Batman made his decision. The East Wing toxin distribution had been neutralized, but those already exposed would need the antidote. He produced several small pellets from his utility belt and inserted them into the now disabled ventilation system, manually adjusting the remaining operational fans to circulate the antidote compound. "Begin full GCPD response," he instructed Alfred. "Have medical teams standing by at all external entrances with toxin antidotes, but warn them this isn't a standard breakout. The escapees appear to be executing coordinated roles in some larger plan." "Understood, sir. Commissioner Gordon has established a perimeter and awaits your signal before sending in tactical teams." With the East Wing situation temporarily stabilized, Batman turned his attention to the intensive treatment center, where Two-Face had reportedly been targeting staff members for his twisted version of justice. He moved swiftly through the maintenance corridors connecting the wings, every sense alert for the other escaped inmates who might cross his path. The intensive treatment center presented a stark contrast to the toxin-induced panic of the East Wing. Here, the chaos bore the unmistakable signatures of Two-Face's methodical madness. Staff and low-sagati inmates forced to sort themselves into two groups, their fates determined by the flip of a coin. Through observation panels, Batman could see Dent standing in the central security hub, surrounded by kneeling figures. His scarred profile was illuminated by the screens of the security monitors he'd somehow managed to keep operational. The coin flashed in the dim light as it spun through the air again and again. Batman accessed a maintenance shaft that would position him above the security hub. As he crawled through the narrow space, he caught fragments of Two-Face's pronouncements. "Corruption cannot hide behind badges or degrees." The coin flipped. Heads. "Consider yourself fortunate, Doctor. Your colleagues weren't so lucky." Batman reached the grate above the security hub, surveying the scene below. 6 staff members kneeled in a line, their hands bound behind them. 2 others lay on the floor, unconscious or worse. Two-Face paced before a bank of monitors, occasionally pausing to study certain screens. "The scales must be balanced," Two-Face continued, addressing his captives. "For too long you've hidden behind Arkham's walls, dispensing your version of treatment, your version of justice." He gestured to the monitors. "But tonight, true justice returns to Arkham." Batman noted that the screens showed various sections of the asylum. The flooded lower levels where Killer Croc was hunting, the toxin-affected East Wing, and the administrative building where Joker had been headed. Two-Face was monitoring the entire operation. With careful precision, Batman removed the grate and prepared to drop into the room. But before he could move, Two-Face spoke again, his tone changing. "He's here," Dent announced, turning his unscarred side toward the ceiling. "Aren't you Batman, watching, judging, preparing to impose your brand of justice?" Batman paused, then dropped into the center of the room, cape billowing around him. "This isn't justice, Harvey. These people aren't on trial. Two-Face's scarred mouth twisted in what might have been a smile. Everyone in Arkham is on trial every day. Doctors judging patients, guards judging threats, administrators judging costs versus care. He flipped the coin again, catching it without looking. Tonight, I'm merely making the process explicit. And your partnership with Joker, Crane, Jones, how does that factor into your sense of justice? Batman kept his voice level, noting the position of each hostage, calculating the quickest way to neutralize Dent without endangering them. Two-Face gestured to the monitors. Temporary convergence of interests. Joker provided the technical expertise. Surprising, I know, but the clown has hidden depths when properly motivated. Crane provided the chemical persuasion to ensure cooperation from certain key personnel. Jones provided the muscle to breach secure areas. His hands strayed to the gun at his hip, and I provided the strategic planning, the justice. This was your plan all along, Batman realized, connecting the precise nature of the breakout with Dent's methodical mind. The others are just playing their parts. Parts they chose, Two-Face corrected, flipping the coin absently. Everyone had their own motivation for participating, their own targets. A cold certainty settled over Batman. This isn't just about escape or terrorizing Arkham. You're each after something specific. Two-Face's unscarred side showed a flash of the prosecutor Harvey Dent had once been. Sharp, analytical, driven. Records, research, personnel files, contingency plans. He gestured to the bound staff members. These people know where certain informational treasures are kept. The kind not stored on hackable computers. The kind that could be very problematic if released. Batman's mind raced through the implications. Arkham housed psychological profiles and treatment notes on every major criminal in Gotham. Information that could reveal weaknesses, triggers, obsessions. Data that in the wrong hands could be weaponized against the city's defenders, including himself. Harvey, Batman began, taking a step forward. Whatever you're after, it's not worth. Stop! Two-Face commanded, the gun now aimed at the nearest hostage's head. Your turn for judgment has not yet arrived. With his free hand, he flipped the coin high, watching its arc with unnatural focus. But Batman had anticipated this moment, throwing a batarang with precision timing to intercept the coin mid-air. The metal disc and silver dollar collided with a sharp ping, both clattering to the ground, out of Two-Face's reach. The disruption of his ritual sent Two-Face into momentary confusion, exactly the opening Batman needed. He launched forward, catching Dent's gun hand and forcing it upward as it discharged, the bullet harmlessly striking the ceiling. With a calculated strike to pressure points in Dent's wrist, Batman forced him to release the weapon. No! Two-Face roared, his composed demeanor shattering. The judgment isn't complete. The scales aren't balanced. Batman delivered a precise blow that sent Two-Face staggering backward into the security console. The scales are never balanced through violence, Harvey. You taught me that once. For a moment, confusion flickered across the undamaged side of Dent's face. A glimpse of the district attorney who had once worked alongside Batman before acid and trauma created Two-Face. But the moment passed, replaced by cold fury. Two-Face lunged for the fallen coin, but Batman was faster, securing it with his boot. It's over, Harvey. Surrender now. A bitter laugh escaped Dent's ruined lips. Over? You still don't understand, do you? He gestured toward the security monitors. This was never about escape. It was about acquisition. And while you've been dealing with us, he tapped one screen showing Joker in what appeared to be a records vault. hastily stuffing files into a bag. The real objectives are already being secured. Batman quickly scanned the remaining monitors, noting with growing alarm that each showed a similar scene. Scarecrow photographing patient treatment protocols. Killer Croc ripping through a reinforced door marked biochemical storage. The breakout had been a distraction, allowing each villain to target specific information or materials. "What are they after, Harvey?" Batman demanded, securing Two-Face's wrists with reinforced restraints. "What's the end game?" Two-Face's expression settled into studied neutrality. "Gotham has secrets, Batman. Arkham has more. Some secrets are buried in files, some in mines, some in..." He was cut off by a distant explosion that shook the building, causing dust to filter down from the ceiling. "Alfred," Batman called urgently while moving to free the hostages. "Explosion in the facility. Location? Southwest quadrant, sir, the old records annex adjacent to the biochemical storage vault." Batman's concern deepened. The records annex contained the oldest, most confidential patient histories, including detailed psychological assessments of Gotham's most dangerous criminals, compiled over decades. Combined with materials from the biochemical vault, such information could enable targeted psychological warfare on an unprecedented scale. With the hostages freed and Two-Face secured to a structural support column, Batman turned his attention to the most pressing threat. Based on the security feeds, Joker appeared to be closest to an exit point, with whatever materials he'd acquired. "Stay here," he instructed the freed staff. "GCPD will breach the building soon. Tell them Two-Face is secure, but Joker, Scarecrow, and Killer Croc are still active." Batman moved swiftly toward the records annex, using maintenance corridors and ventilation shafts to avoid the scattered groups of escaped inmates roaming the halls. Halfway there, his Calcom activated. "Sir," Alfred's voice was tense. "Thermal imaging shows a significant heat bloom developing in the biochemical storage area. It appears something volatile is being mixed." Batman quickened his pace. If Crane had access to Arkham's chemical compounds, he could potentially develop toxins far more potent than anything he'd deployed before. And if that knowledge was shared with Joker... The records annex was in disarray when Batman arrived. Filing cabinets overturned, papers scattered, and several small fires burning unchecked. But Joker was nowhere in sight. Instead, a trail of disturbed documents led toward a section of wall that hung open, revealing a passage that shouldn't have existed. "Alfred, there's a hidden passage connecting the records annex to what appears to be a maintenance tunnel. It's not on any of the schematics you sent. Most concerning, sir. Accessing historical blueprints now. It appears that tunnel may be part of the original asylum structure, predating modern renovations. Limited records suggest it connects to the old water treatment system, which would lead directly to Killer Croc's hunting ground in the flooded sublevel." Batman followed the passage, the sounds of dripping water growing louder as he descended. The air became thick with humidity and the distinctive odor of stagnant water and decay. The passage opened into a partially flooded chamber dominated by massive pipes and filtration equipment long abandoned. Water reached knee-height, black and still except for subtle ripples emanating from deeper in the chamber. Torn pages floated on the surface, remnants of whatever files Joker had deemed unworthy of taking. Batman moved cautiously, every sense alert for the telltale signs of Croc's presence beneath the water. A flicker of movement caught his eye, a flash of green fabric disappearing through a far doorway. Joker, moving with uncharacteristic stealth. Batman started forward but froze as a subtle disturbance in the water shifted from his left to directly before him, faster than should have been possible for something large. He fired his grapnel upward just as the water erupted, Killer Croc's massive form lunging upward with jaws wide. Batman swung above the creature's reach, landing on a rusted catwalk that groaned under his weight. Below, Croc circled slowly, his reptilian eyes fixed upward. "I smell your fear, Batman," Croc's guttural voice echoed in the chamber. "It's different tonight. Sharper. You're afraid you've finally lost." "Where's Joker going, Jones?" Batman demanded, tracking Croc's movements while scanning for a path to follow the fleeing clown. "What did he take from the records?" Croc's laugh was a rumbling growl that vibrated the water's surface. "Insurance." That's what he called it. Insurance against you, against the others. He dipped partially beneath the surface, only his eyes and the ridged scales of his back visible. Smart clown, always thinking ahead. Batman needed to pursue Joker, but leaving Croc free to hunt was an unacceptable risk. The catwalk provided temporary safety, but the rusted supports were already weakening under stress. He needed to neutralize the threat, quickly. Reaching into his utility belt, Batman extracted 3 specialized capsules designed specifically for encounters with Croc. Each contained a powerful sedative, combined with a buoyancy agent, ensuring that even if Croc submerged after exposure, he would float rather than sink and drown. With precise timing, Batman threw the first capsule at the water near Croc's position. The creature lunged away, but the capsule's dispersal pattern was wide, creating a cloud of particles that clung to the exposed scales of his back. "Tricks," Croc snarled, thrashing in the water. "Always tricks instead of facing me like prey should." "You're not hunting tonight, Jones," Batman stated flatly, dropping the remaining capsules in a pattern designed to herd Croc toward the chamber's shallowest section. "You're being hunted." As the sedative began to take effect, Croc's movements grew sluggish, his massive form listing to one side. With a final surge of rage, he charged the catwalk's supports, ripping one free in a shower of rust and metal fragments. The structure groaned and tilted, forcing Batman to leap to an adjacent pipe. But Croc's final effort had cost him the last of his strength. The sedative and buoyancy agent worked in tandem, leaving him floating on the surface, conscious but immobilized, his reptilian eyes burning with impotent fury. Batman secured Croc with reinforced restraints designed specifically for his physiology, then turned his attention to the doorway through which Joker had disappeared. The passage beyond led upward, eventually connecting to what appeared to be a service tunnel for the asylum's oldest section. "Alfred, I've neutralized Croc, but Joker's moving through the old service tunnels with whatever he took from records. Can you track heat signatures in that section?" "Attempting to, sir, but the tunnel walls are particularly dense in that area. However, I'm detecting movement near the southeastern perimeter, possibly someone attempting to exit the grounds." Batman picked up his pace, following the tunnel as it gradually ascended toward the surface. Joker's hasty footprints were visible in the accumulated dust, confirming he was on the right track, but something about those prints troubled him. They were too purposeful, too direct. Joker was moving with uncharacteristic focus. The tunnel ended at a metal door that had been forced open, leading into the asylum's old gardening shed, rarely used since the modernization of the grounds. Beyond it, Batman could see the perimeter wall and a rope dangling from its top. "Stop," a familiar voice called from the shadows of the shed. Or rather, "Please do come closer, Batman. We've been waiting for you." Batman paused, instantly alert to the plural. From different corners of the shed emerged Joker and Scarecrow, the former clutching a bulging satchel, the latter holding what appeared to be a modified delivery system for his fear toxin. "Quite the evening, isn't it?" Joker giggled, but the sound lacked his usual manic edge. Full of surprises and plot twists and dramatic revelations. Just how I like my Wednesdays. It's over, Batman stated, assessing the small space for tactical advantages. Two-Face and Killer Croc are already in custody. GCPD is minutes away from breaching the asylum. Oh, we're counting on that, Scarecrow interjected, his voice clinically detached. The timing is rather crucial, actually. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. Whatever you've planned, it won't work. The materials you've stolen. Stolen? Joker's face contorted in mock offense. Such an ugly word for such a beautiful act of liberation. These files, he patted the satchel lovingly, were gathering dust in Arkham's bowels. Now they'll serve a much higher purpose. Which is? Scarecrow tilted his head, the burlap mask shifting slightly. Knowledge is the ultimate weapon, Batman. Arkham doesn't just house Gotham's insane. It houses their secrets, their weaknesses, their breaking points. His voice lowered to a whisper. Including yours. A cold certainty settled in Batman's stomach. The patient records would contain detailed psychological profiles, not just of the inmates, but of everyone who had ever undergone evaluation at Arkham, including Bruce Wayne, who had voluntarily submitted to psychological assessment years ago as part of his funding initiatives for the asylum. The records are incomplete, Batman stated, taking a measured step forward, and heavily redacted. Oh, individual files might be, Joker agreed, bouncing slightly on his toes with barely contained excitement. But patterns, Batsy. Patterns emerge when you have enough pieces, and we have so many pieces now. He tapped his temple. Plus a few key insights from our dear Dr. Crane here, who's been conducting his own little psychological assessment of you for years. Batman calculated his options. Both villains stood between him and the exit. The shed offered limited mobility, and any sudden movement risked triggering whatever delivery system Scarecrow was holding. The priority was securing the stolen records before they could be used. And the biochemical compounds from the storage vault? Batman asked, subtly shifting his weight to prepare for movement. What role do they play in your plan? Scarecrow raised the device in his hand slightly. An insurance policy, my newest compound, designed specifically with your particular neurochemistry in mind, based on your previous reactions to my toxins, tailored to target your deepest, most primal fears. Enough talk, Batman declared, suddenly hurling 3 smoke pellets toward the ground between them. The small space filled instantly with thick, obscuring vapor. Batman moved with practiced precision, first toward Joker and the satchel of records, but the clown had anticipated this, dancing backward through the door, remarkably nimble despite the confined space. Joker called through the smoke. No cutting in line, Bats. Scary Scarecrow gets the first dance. As if on cue, Batman heard the distinctive hiss of Scarecrow's delivery system activating. Even through his cowl's filtration, he caught the faintest whiff of something acrid and chemical. A new variant of the fear toxin, different from what had been deployed in the East Wing. Batman held his breath, firing his grapnel at the shed's low ceiling and pulling himself upward just as Scarecrow lunged through the smoke, needle-tipped fingers grasping at empty air. You can't escape fear, Batman, Crane's voice echoed from below. It finds you in the dark places. It waits for you in the shadows you cast. The smoke was beginning to clear, revealing Joker already halfway to the perimeter wall, satchel clutched tightly under one arm. Batman made his decision, dropping from the ceiling directly onto Scarecrow, driving him to the ground with calculated force. Enough to incapacitate, not to seriously injure. Crane struggled briefly, then went limp, the impact having knocked the breath from his lungs. Batman secured him with restraints, then turned toward the fleeing Joker, launching himself in pursuit. Joker had reached the rope dangling from the perimeter wall, but paused to look back, his perpetual grin widening as he saw Batman emerging from the shed. "That's right, follow the white rabbit, chase the carrot, eyes on the prize," he cackled, scaling the rope with surprising agility. Batman fired his grapnel at the top of the wall, the mechanism pulling him upward faster than Joker could climb. He reached the top just as Joker was pulling himself over, grabbing the clown's garish purple coat. "It's over, Joker," Batman stated firmly, hauling him back from the edge. The records stay at Arkham. Joker didn't resist, instead collapsing into peals of laughter that bordered on hysterical even by his standards. "Oh, Bats! So literal, so focused." Between gasps of laughter, he managed to choke out, "Did you really think we'd put all our cards in one satchel?" Batman's grip tightened on Joker's coat. "What are you talking about?" Joker's laughter subsided to giggles as he gestured toward the satchel. "Open it. Go ahead. Consider it an early Bat birthday present." With one hand maintaining his hold on Joker, Batman cautiously opened the satchel with the other. Inside was not a collection of patient files, but rather bundles of blank paper interspersed with crude crayon drawings of bats and clowns fighting. "You didn't think old Joker would make it that easy, did you?" The clown's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "While you've been playing hide and seek with us, our little friend has been making her way off the island with the real prizes." "Her?" Batman's mind raced through the possibilities. Harley Quinn was still incarcerated in Blackgate. Poison Ivy was under heavy sedation in Arkham's secure botanical containment. Which meant not to park, Batman realized, remembering the seemingly frightened psychiatrist he'd encountered early in the infiltration. Joker clapped his hands in delight. "Give the Bat a prize, yes indeed, our newest recruit. Not an official member of our little club yet, but she shows such potential, and such a convenient position. Access to all the files, all the security codes, all the chemical storage." He tapped his head. "Planted that little seed months ago during our therapy sessions. Gradually convinced her the asylum was beyond saving, that the only way forward was to burn it all down and start fresh." The enormity of the deception settled over Batman. Dr. Park hadn't been a victim, but a co-conspirator, using her position to facilitate the breakout and escape with the truly valuable materials, while Batman was occupied with the more visible threats. "Where is she taking the files?" Batman demanded, his voice dropping to its most intimidating register. Joker merely shrugged, his smile never wavering. "Who knows? Maybe to publish them in the Gotham Gazette. Maybe to auction them to the highest bidder. Maybe just to study them herself, to understand what makes us all tick." His eyes gleamed with malicious delight, but more importantly, what makes you tick, Batman? All those psychological evaluations, all those professional opinions about what drives a man to dress like a bat and hunt the night. Batman's cowl activated, Alfred's voice urgent in his ear. "Sir, GCPD reports intercepting a vehicle leaving the island via the service tunnel beneath the North Bridge. Female driver, identified as Dr. Psycho Park. She had multiple document cases and what appeared to be laboratory equipment." Relief flooded through Batman, though his expression remained impassive. Did they secure all the materials? Yes, sir. Commissioner Gordon personally inventoried the items. Nothing appears to be missing. Batman turned his attention back to Joker, who continued to grin expectantly. Your plan failed. Dr. Park has been apprehended with all the stolen materials. For a brief moment, Joker's smile faltered, a flash of genuine surprise crossing his painted features. Then the grin returned, wider than ever. Oh well, can't win 'em all. But wasn't it fun trying, all of us together again, just like old times? In the distance, the wail of police sirens grew louder as GCPD vehicles finally penetrated the asylum grounds. Floodlights began to illuminate sections of the perimeter as tactical teams established entry points. Batman secured Joker with reinforced restraints, ensuring the clown wouldn't slip away in the ensuing chaos of police response. This partnership between you, Dent, Crane, and Jones, it won't last. You'll turn on each other the moment it serves your individual interests. Joker leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Maybe that was the point all along, Batsy. Maybe some of us just wanted to watch you run around like a headless bat, trying to predict which way the wind would blow next. His eyes gleamed with malicious intelligence. Or maybe there's an even bigger surprise waiting in the wings, one you haven't sniffed out yet. Batman regarded him silently, recognizing the attempt to plant seeds of doubt. Joker thrived on uncertainty, on the psychological torture of never knowing whether his threats were elaborate bluffs or deadly promises. No more games, Joker, Batman stated firmly. Whatever else you planned ends now. GCPD tactical teams had reached their position, officers securing Joker as Batman briefly explained the situation. With the primary threats contained and the stolen materials recovered, the immediate crisis had passed. But the night's events had raised troubling questions about security at Arkham and the potential for future collaboration among Batman's most dangerous adversaries. Commissioner Gordon approached, his weathered face grave in the harsh police floodlights. We've secured Two-Face, Scarecrow, and Joker. Tactical Team B reports they have Killer Croc contained in the sub-level. Dr. Park is in custody, along with all the materials she attempted to remove from the facility. Batman nodded, his gaze sweeping across the asylum grounds, where officers were systematically rounding up the less dangerous escaped inmates. The breakout was a distraction, Gordon. The real target was information, psychological profiles, treatment records, chemical compounds. They were looking for weaknesses to exploit. Gordon removed his glasses, wiping them with a handkerchief, a habitual gesture when processing disturbing information. Weaknesses in what? Arkham's security. In everyone, Batman replied. The staff, the city leadership, the police. He paused. Me. Gordon replaced his glasses, studying Batman's impassive cowl. You think they've found something useful? I don't know, Batman admitted. But the attempt itself is concerning. It suggests a level of coordination among Arkham's inmates that we haven't seen before. Joker orchestrating a team? Gordon shook his head skeptically. Doesn't seem like his style, too methodical. That's what concerns me, Batman agreed. Someone convinced Joker, Two-Face, Scarecrow, and Killer Croc to temporarily set aside their individual pathologies for a coordinated goal. That takes persuasive power none of them have demonstrated before. Gordon's expression darkened. You think someone else was pulling the strings, someone we haven't identified yet? Batman turned to watch as Joker was led to a transport vehicle, the clown's maniacal laughter echoing across the asylum grounds. I don't know, but I intend to find out. As dawn broke over Arkham Asylum, Batman stood on the facility's highest roof, surveying the aftermath of the night's events. Emergency vehicles surrounded the buildings, their lights casting red and blue patterns across the Gothic architecture. Medical teams treated affected staff and inmates, administering antidotes to Crane's fear toxin. Repair crews were already assessing the damage to security systems and infrastructure. On the surface, order was being restored. The breakout had been contained, the escapees recaptured, the stolen materials recovered. But Batman couldn't shake the sense that something larger had been set in motion, that the night's chaos had served purposes not yet revealed. "Alfred," he spoke into his cowl calm, "I need complete background checks on all Arkham's staff, particularly those hired within the last year. Dr. Park's involvement suggests there may be other sleeper agents within the facility. Already compiling the data, sir, and might I suggest a full review of your own psychological evaluations that might be on file at Arkham, if they were indeed targeting information about you specifically?" Agreed. Implement Security Protocol 7 for all Wayne Enterprises systems as well. If they were looking for connections between Bruce Wayne and Batman, we need to be prepared for that information to eventually surface. Batman's gaze tracked across the asylum grounds to where Dr. Park was being escorted to a separate police vehicle. Her face showed neither remorse nor fear, only a cold determination that troubled him deeply. She had been thoroughly convinced to betray her oath as a doctor, to risk countless lives, to align herself with Gotham's most dangerous criminals. What had Joker promised her? What had he shown her to inspire such complete conversion? More importantly, was she the only one? As the first true rays of sunlight broke over Gotham's distant skyline, Batman fired his grapnel toward a lower rooftop, beginning his departure from the asylum. The immediate crisis had passed, but instinct told him this had been merely the opening move in a much longer game, one whose rules and ultimate objective remained shrouded in mystery. Arkham's shadows had always housed Gotham's darkest elements, but now those elements were learning to work together, to coordinate, to plan, and that possibility was more terrifying than any single adversary could ever be. Batman disappeared into the early morning light, his mind already working through the implications, the possibilities, the countermeasures. Whatever game had begun in Arkham's darkened halls, he would be ready for the next move. He had to be. Because in Gotham, the night always returned, and with it, the fears that lurked in shadow, waiting for their moment to emerge once more. The night settled heavy over Gotham City, wrapping its skyscrapers in mist and shadow. 3 weeks had passed since the Arkham incident, and on the surface normalcy had returned. The asylum's security systems had been upgraded, its staff carefully vetted, its most dangerous inmates housed in newly reinforced cells. But Batman knew better than to trust surface appearances. As he perched atop the GCPD headquarters beside the lit bat signal, he reviewed the patterns he'd been tracking. Subtle disruptions in Gotham's criminal ecosystem, unusual alliances forming and dissolving, whispers of something larger taking shape in the city's shadow world. Commissioner Gordon emerged onto the roof, his collar turned up against the autumn chill. "Thanks for coming. We've got something you should see." He handed Batman a manila folder containing photographs of a crime scene. The apartment of Dr. Saiko Park, who had been found dead that morning despite being under police protection. "Suicide, apparently," Gordon explained, his tone making clear his skepticism. "Except the timing is too convenient. She was scheduled to undergo detailed questioning tomorrow about her role in the Arkham breakout." Batman studied the photographs, noting the too perfect arrangement of the scene, the lack of genuine indicators of suicidal intent. "This wasn't suicide," he confirmed. "This was staged to eliminate a liability. Gordon nodded grimly. That's what I thought, but here's the kicker. The ME found traces of a toxin in her system. Not one of Crane's usual formulas, but something new. Something that would have caused intense, focused fear before death. Batman's eyes narrowed as he processed this information. They're tying up loose ends, ensuring she couldn't reveal whatever larger plan was set in motion that night. There's more, Gordon added, producing a small evidence bag containing a playing card. Not one of Joker's calling cards, but a standard ace of spades with a bat symbol drawn on it in what appeared to be dried blood. This was clutched in her hand. The lab confirmed the blood is hers. A message, then. Not just an elimination, but a communication intended specifically for Batman. The implications were deeply troubling. Whatever had begun at Arkham wasn't over. It was merely entering its next phase. Batman handed the folder back to Gordon, doubled the protection on all staff involved in the Arkham incident, and moved Joker, Crane, Dent, and Jones to separate facilities. No communication between them, no shared guards, no common medical staff. Gordon raised an eyebrow. You think they're still working together, even back in custody? I think they never stopped, Batman replied, already moving toward the roof's edge. And I think we've only seen the opening moves of whatever game they're playing. As he fired his grapnel and swung into the Gotham night, Batman's mind was already analyzing possibilities, contingencies, countermeasures. The night at Arkham had revealed a new kind of threat, not the chaotic violence of individual rogues, but the calculated menace of coordinated action. His adversaries were learning, adapting, evolving, and so he would do the same. Because in Gotham's eternal battle between light and shadow, between order and chaos, between sanity and madness, standing still meant certain defeat. The hunt continued, as it always would. Batman disappeared into the darkness that had shaped him, that had forged him, that had made him the guardian Gotham needed. The city slept uneasily beneath him, unaware of the forces gathering in its shadows, the calculations being made, the traps being set. But Batman knew, and Batman would be ready. As the dark night vanished into the shadows of his city, one chapter of Gotham's endless story closed, while another prepared to unfold. For across town, behind the neoclassical facade of the Gotham Museum of Art, different eyes watched different shadows, measuring distances, calculating timing, preparing for opportunity. While Batman pursued the echoes of Arkham's chaos, a new threat took shape amid priceless paintings and ancient artifacts. A threat that would soon draw him into an intricate dance of deception, ambition, and artistry gone awry. Our story continues in Heist at the Gotham Museum of Art, where darkness falls on marble halls, silent alarms await their moment, and the finest security system in Gotham faces its greatest test. The Gotham Museum of Art stood like a sentinel against the night sky, its neoclassical columns bathed in the soft glow of strategic lighting. Tonight, the museum had transformed from a quiet sanctuary of culture into a glittering social hub, the annual charity gala drawing Gotham's elite in their finest attire. Champagne flutes clinked delicately as string quartet music drifted through marble halls where priceless artifacts rested in their spotlit displays. Bruce Wayne adjusted his bow tie as he surveyed the grand entrance hall. To the casual observer, he was simply another wealthy patron, perhaps more observant than most. But beneath the tailored tuxedo beat the heart of Gotham's guardian, his senses attuned to the subtle currents of the room. The positioning of security personnel, the vulnerable points in the museum's layout, the faces that seemed just slightly out of place among the city's social register. Quite the turnout, Mr. Wayne, commented museum director Vivian Rhodes, approaching with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. The new East Asian exhibit has drawn considerable attention. Bruce returned her smile with practiced charm. It's not every day Gotham hosts artifacts from the Qin dynasty, Dr. Rhodes. I understand security has been enhanced for the occasion. A shadow of concern passed across the director's face. As much as the board would approve, though between us, I'd sleep better if we had a certain caped figure on retainer tonight. Bruce's laugh was genuine. If only she knew how right she was to be concerned. His intelligence network had been buzzing with whispers for weeks. Coordinated whispers from sources that normally operated in isolation from one another. Something was converging on the museum tonight, something with multiple moving parts. I'm sure everything will be fine, he assured her, even as his eyes tracked a waiter who moved with just a touch too much grace, whose glances lingered just a moment too long on the security panel near the medieval arms collection. As Dr. Rhodes was called away to greet a major donor, Bruce casually made his way toward one of the service corridors. The benefit of financing half the museum's West Wing expansion was knowing exactly where the blind spots in the security cameras were located. 3 minutes later, he had secured a small earpiece connecting him to Alfred in the Batcave. Anything unusual on the museum's security feeds, Alfred? Nothing outwardly suspicious, sir, came the butler's measured response. Though I've noted 4 separate maintenance requests in different wings within the past hour. Rather efficient for Gotham's civil services, wouldn't you say? Bruce frowned. Too efficient. Cross-section recent known whereabouts of Selina Kyle, Oswald Cobblepot, Pamela Isley, and Harleen Quinzel. Already ahead of you, sir. Miss Kyle was photographed in Milan last week, supposedly. Mr. Cobblepot's Iceberg Lounge has been hosting a private poker tournament all evening, though the man himself has not been seen since 6. Dr. Isley was reportedly spotted near Robinson Park yesterday, and Dr. Quinzel, well, there have been no confirmed sightings since her escape from Arkham 3 weeks ago. Bruce's jaw tightened. 4 high-profile targets in the museum tonight. 4 of his most troublesome adversaries unaccounted for. The coincidence was too perfect. Keep monitoring all security channels. I need to make a brief change of attire. The Botanical Antiquities wing of the museum was hushed and dim, specialized humidity controls creating an atmosphere distinctly different from the rest of the building. Here, preserved plant specimens from throughout history were displayed alongside cultural artifacts, celebrating humanity's complex relationship with the natural world. The crown jewel of the collection, newly arrived and set to be unveiled at midnight, was the Verdant Codex, a mysterious bound volume reportedly containing the lost botanical wisdom of an ancient South American civilization. A security guard named Matthews stifled a yawn as he made his rounds, flashlight beam playing over glass cases containing pressed flowers from Marie Antoinette's garden and fragments of papyrus listing medicinal herbs from Egypt's Middle Kingdom. The wing was closed to gala attendees until the midnight unveiling, making it the quietest section of the museum. Matthews paused, frowning. Had one of the planters always contained a flowering vine? He was certain it hadn't been there during his last sweep. As he approached to investigate, the blossoms trembled slightly, releasing a fine mist of golden pollen that hung in the air like suspended glitter. "Beautiful, isn't it?" came a velvet soft voice from the shadows. Nature's perfect design. The guard's hand moved toward his radio, but slowed as the pollen reached his nostrils. His eyes grew unfocused, his expression slack. Poison ivy emerged into the dim light, her form seeming to flow rather than walk, green skin luminous against the deep burgundy of her gown. a clever disguise that would pass for formal wear at a distance, but was composed of living botanical matter responsive to her will. The Verdant Codex belongs with someone who will honor its wisdom, she told the entranced guard, her fingers gently caressing a fern that seemed to lean toward her touch. Not locked away behind glass for the amusement of those who destroy forests for shopping malls. The guard nodded dreamily. Yes, it deserves freedom. You're going to help me liberate it, Ivy continued, voice hypnotic as the spreading pollen. First, by disabling the environmental alarms around the display room. In the security control room, 2 floors below, the monitor showing the botanical antiquities wing flickered briefly, then stabilized, showing an empty corridor that looped endlessly in a carefully crafted digital illusion. The east wing featured the museum's prized collection of gemstones and jewelry, historical pieces that had adorned royalty and nobility throughout the centuries. The treasures of the Silk Road exhibit had been insured for over $300 million, with the centerpiece, the Azure Empress necklace, accounting for nearly a third of that value alone. Catwoman balanced perfectly in the narrow maintenance shaft above the exhibit hall, her lithe form encased in skin-tight material that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Through specialized goggles, she studied the security grid below, a complex web of laser triggers, pressure sensors, and thermal detection systems. A smile curved her lips. Challenging, yes, but she had defeated better. Much better. With practiced ease, she unspooled a gossamer thin line and began to lower herself into the room, her body rotating gracefully to navigate between laser beams. The museum had spent millions on this security system, yet they had missed the most obvious vulnerability. The maintenance access installed during last year's renovation, poorly documented in the final schematics and all but forgotten. Their mistake, her opportunity. As she descended, Selina reflected on the unusual circumstances that had brought her here tonight. An anonymous message, a proposed collaboration, a chance to acquire the Azure Empress while the other players created diversions throughout the museum. She typically worked alone, but the challenge had been too intriguing to pass up. Of course, she had her own agenda. The others were welcome to their prizes. Her true target was something else entirely, something the museum didn't even realize it possessed. Her feet touched down silently on a narrow, non-alarmed strip of flooring. With deft movements, she extracted a specialized tool from her belt and approached the first display case. "I wouldn't take another step if I were you," came a gravelly voice from the shadows. Catwoman froze, then relaxed into a casual posture. "You're early, Batman. The party's barely started." Batman emerged partially from the darkness, his cape draping around him like liquid shadow. 4 simultaneous heists. Ambitious, even for you, Selina. She shrugged, the movement elegant even in its simplicity. "A girl needs challenge in her life, though I'm curious how you pieced it together so quickly. Professional courtesy from one of your collaborators. An anonymous tip about tonight's activities." Catwoman's eyes narrowed behind her goggles. "Interesting. I wonder which one decided to hedge their bets. Does it matter? The game ends now, before anyone gets hurt." "Always so serious," she sighed dramatically. "But I'm afraid I can't leave empty-handed, not when I've come so far." A subtle flick of her wrist activated a small device on her belt. Throughout the room, the security sensors blinked simultaneously, momentarily disrupted. "AMP pulse, localized," Batman observed, already moving toward her. 17 seconds before the backup systems engage. Catwoman's smile was predatory. "I only need 10. She moved like quicksilver, vaulting over a display case and shattering the glass of another with her clawed glove. In a fluid motion, she snatched something from inside. Not the Azure Empress necklace as Batman had expected, but a small, seemingly insignificant jeweled hairpin partially hidden behind the more prominent displays. "That's not what you came for," Batman said, closing the distance between them. "No?" Her laugh was like silk sliding over steel. "Maybe you don't know me as well as you think." The backup security system hummed to life, and alarms began to wail throughout the wing. Catwoman launched herself upward, catching her descent line and retracting it rapidly. "We'll have to continue this dance another time," she called down as she disappeared into the maintenance shaft. "Right now you have bigger problems. The Penguin's auction in the West Wing is about to get hostile." Batman stood motionless for a moment, calculating. Selina was right, he couldn't pursue her while 3 other threats unfolded across the museum. And something felt off about this encounter. Too convenient, almost as if a distraction. She had been the distraction. The private collections gallery in the West Wing had been transformed for the gala into an exclusive auction space, where selected patrons could bid on donated artworks with proceeds benefiting the museum's educational programs. Champagne flowed freely among the 50 or so guests assembled in the elegant room, their attention focused on a Monet landscape currently under spirited bidding. None noticed when the service doors at the back of the room quietly locked, nor when the plainclothes security personnel stationed around the perimeter suddenly found themselves covered by small red targeting dots. "Ladies and gentlemen," the auctioneer's rhythmic patter was interrupted by the sharp tap of an umbrella against marble flooring. "I'm afraid there's been a slight change to tonight's proceedings." The Penguin waddled into view, resplendent in white tie and tails, his monocle gleaming under the crystal chandeliers. Behind him filed a dozen men in catering uniforms, each now holding compact submachine guns revealed from beneath serving trays. "The items you've been bidding on," he gestured expansively with his umbrella, "are now being acquired by a private collector, namely myself." His voice maintained its cultured affect, but the cold calculation in his eyes belied any pretense of gentility. "This is outrageous," protested a silver-haired man in the front row. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Penguin's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Judge Samuel Waterson, Federal Circuit Court, currently presiding over the RICO case against the Falcone family. Happily married 30 years to Elizabeth, who adores the ballet and would be devastated if something unfortunate were to happen during next week's performance of Swan Lake." The judge paled and sank back into his seat. "Now then," Penguin continued pleasantly, "my associates will be collecting the paintings. You fine people will sit quietly, and in 10 minutes you may return to your champagne and self-congratulation with an exciting story to tell at your next social gathering." He surveyed the room with evident satisfaction as his men efficiently removed paintings from the walls and auction blocks. Everything was proceeding according to the agreed timeline. The other disturbances throughout the museum would keep security fragmented and confused, allowing him to secure the true prizes, not just the auction pieces, but the 3 privately owned Degas paintings on loan from an anonymous collector. Paintings that contained, hidden beneath layers of innocuous pastoral scenes, a series of banking codes to offshore accounts established during the Second World War. Accounts whose existence had been all but forgotten until Penguin's information network had unearthed a cryptic reference in the diary of a recently deceased financial advisor. The regular museum's pieces were simply a bonus and an effective cover for his true objective. "Sir," one of his men approached discreetly, "the east emergency exit has been blocked, some kind of adhesive compound. Penguin's satisfaction dimmed slightly, and the service corridor, also sealed. He tapped his umbrella thoughtfully against the floor. It seems we have a bat infestation earlier than anticipated. Initiate contingency protocol. The henchman nodded and spoke quietly into a concealed microphone in his sleeve. Throughout the room, other disguised personnel began to move with more urgency, collecting artwork with less care and more speed. A chandelier exploded overhead, showering the room with crystal fragments and plunging half the gallery into shadow. From that darkness descended a familiar caped figure, landing in a crouch before rising to his full, imposing height. "It's over, Cobblepot," Batman announced, his voice carrying the weight of inevitable justice. Penguin sighed dramatically. "Must you always be so predictable, Batman?" "It's over, Cobblepot," he mimicked. "When, in our long association, has anything ever truly been over?" Heroes, he raised his umbrella and fired a rapid succession of projectiles, not at Batman, but at the remaining chandeliers, plunging the room into near-complete darkness save for the emergency lights along the baseboard. In the confusion, guests began to scream and scramble for perceived safety. Batman activated his cowl's night vision, quickly identifying and disarming 2 henchmen before they could harm any civilians. But the darkness worked both ways. By the time order was partially restored, Penguin and several of his men had vanished, along with the most valuable paintings. A security guard rushed into the gallery, breathing heavily. "Batman, thank God we've got a situation in the modern art wing. Some crazy woman with a giant hammer is smashing exhibits and calling it performance art." Batman's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he grimaced. Harley Quinn making her move, right on cue. And if his instincts were correct, while he dealt with her chaos, Penguin would be making his exit through the museum's underground loading dock. He couldn't be everywhere at once, but he could be strategic. "Lock down this wing," he instructed the guard. "No one in or out, and send all available security to the south entrance. The Penguin will be heading that way. But the woman, I'll handle Quinn." As Batman moved swiftly toward the modern art wing, he activated his comlink. "Alfred, I need a complete schematic of all ventilation and maintenance tunnels connecting the museum wings. 4 separate heists, perfectly timed and coordinated. This was planned down to the minute." "Indeed, sir," came Alfred's voice. "And if I may observe, such cooperation among Gotham's more colorful criminals rarely occurs naturally. One wonders who might be orchestrating from behind the scenes." Batman's jaw tightened as he moved silently through the darkened corridors. Alfred had voiced the concern that had been growing in his own mind. These 4, Catwoman, Penguin, Poison Ivy, and Harley Quinn, had worked together before, but never with this level of precision. Someone else was moving pieces on the board. The sound of breaking glass and maniacal laughter echoed from ahead, interrupting his thoughts. One problem at a time. The modern art wing of the Gotham Museum was a stark contrast to the classical architecture of the main building. Here, white walls and polished concrete floors created a minimalist backdrop for provocative contemporary pieces. Current exhibitions featuring everything from large-scale installations to experimental video projections. Tonight, it featured something unscheduled, Harley Quinn's unique brand of chaos. "Step right up, ladies and gents," she announced, twirling her oversized mallet like a baton. She had somehow acquired a red docent blazer with the museum logo worn over her traditional Harlequin outfit. "Welcome to the interactive portion of tonight's exhibition, which I call Stuff That Goes Smash." With theatrical flourish, she brought the mallet down on a glass sculpture, shattering it into thousands of glittering shards that skittered across the concrete floor like ice crystals. The small crowd of gala attendees who had wandered into the wing stood frozen in shock, uncertain whether this was an actual authorized performance piece or something more sinister. For my next act, Harley continued, skipping toward a large canvas covered in delicate intersecting lines of color, I call upon a volunteer from the audience. She pointed randomly at a middle-aged woman in an emerald evening gown. You there, don't you think this painting would look better with a little more red? From her pocket, she produced a spray can and tossed it to the horrified woman, who fumbled and dropped it. No takers, your loss. Harley shrugged dramatically and retrieved the can herself. Critics, am I right? Always so stuffy. As she raised the spray can toward the painting, a batarang struck her hand with precision, sending the can clattering across the floor without breaking her skin. Ooh, look who decided to crash the party. Harley's face lit up with genuine delight as she turned to face Batman, who now stood at the entrance to the gallery. Batsy, I was wondering when you'd join the fun. There's nothing fun about destroying priceless artwork, Harley, Batman responded, his voice steady and controlled. She pouted exaggeratedly. Says you, but art is subjective, ain't it? Maybe my art is the act of destruction itself. Ever think about that, Mr. I dress like a giant rodent? These people need to leave, Batman gestured to the frightened onlookers. Now. Ugh, fine. Spoil sport. Harley rolled her eyes. Scram, folks. Mature audiences only from here on out. As the civilians hurriedly made their exits, Batman took measured steps into the gallery, noting the positions of damaged artwork, the locations of potential weapons or projectiles, and most importantly, the small explosive devices Harley had placed at strategic intervals around the room. Not powerful enough to bring down the building, but sufficient to create damaging shockwaves and frightening noise. What's the real play here, Harley? He asked, keeping her attention focused on him. You're making too much noise, drawing too much attention. She cartwheeled backward, landing atop a waist-high sculpture base. Maybe I like attention. Did you ever think of that? Not everything's got some master plan behind it. But Batman had worked with and against Harleen Quinzel long enough to recognize the patterns. The chaos was genuine, but it was also purposeful, calculated. She was keeping him occupied, maintaining his focus here while something else unfolded elsewhere. Who put this together, he pressed. This isn't your style of operation, too coordinated with the others. A flicker of something, surprise perhaps, crossed Harley's face before she masked it with another grin. Wouldn't you like to know? Maybe I'm branching out, developing my methodology. I did have a psychology degree before I found my true calling in Malay-based sculpture. She punctuated this by swinging her weapon at a nearby installation, sending components flying in all directions. Batman dodged a projectile section of piping, closing the distance between them. The bombs, Harley. Deactivation sequence. Her eyes widened in exaggerated innocence. Bombs? Who said anything about bombs? I just brought some party poppers to liven up this snooze fest. Batman's expression remained impassive. 16 seconds before the first one detonates. I count 7 devices. I can reach maybe 4 in time. For a brief moment, the manic energy faded from Harley's demeanor, replaced by something more calculating, a reminder of the brilliant psychiatrist she had once been before the Joker's influence. Then the mask slipped back into place. Oh, all right, you're no fun at all, you know that, she sighed dramatically. Red light, green light, stop on 9. Batman immediately moved to the nearest device, finding a small keypad. Red button, green button, 9 presses of the stop button in sequence. The timer froze. Then the display went dark. See? Harmless fun. Harley called, using his momentary distraction to edge toward an emergency exit. Just wanted to make sure the boring art critics got their hearts pumping a little. The botanical wing, Batman said, not looking up as he deactivated a second device. That's where the others are converging, isn't it? The separate heists are a cover. Harley's laugh echoed off the concrete walls. Aren't you the clever detective? But you're overthinking it, Bats. Sometimes a girl just wants to smash things with her friends. She pushed through the emergency exit, setting off alarms that joined the cacophony of security alerts already blaring throughout the museum. Batman finished disarming the last explosive device, then activated his communicator. Alfred, the separate thefts are misdirection. There's something else happening in the Botanical Antiquities wing. I suspected as much, sir, came Alfred's measured response. I've taken the liberty of accessing deeper architectural plans. There appears to be an old maintenance tunnel connecting that wing to the museum's north loading dock. Installed during the 1950s renovation, and apparently forgotten in subsequent blueprints, Batman was already moving, his footsteps silent despite his urgency. Seal that exit remotely if you can, and alert Commissioner Gordon. We'll need GCPD at every possible egress point. The museum had become a labyrinth of competing agendas, and Batman was beginning to see the pattern emerging from the chaos. 4 master thieves, each creating a distraction while simultaneously securing secondary objectives. But beneath it all ran a current of coordination too precise to be coincidental. Someone was conducting this orchestra of crime, and he had a growing suspicion about who it might be. In the Botanical Antiquities wing, Poison Ivy moved with unhurried grace among the display cases. Several security guards stood in trance-like stillness around the perimeter, their eyes fixed on nothing, subtle green tendrils of vine curling around their ankles. Not restraining them, merely maintaining the pheromone connection that kept them under her influence. Careful with that, she instructed one of her enthralled assistants, as he removed the glass covering from the verdant codex. It has survived 5 centuries. It deserves reverence. The ancient book lay open on its custom display, the vellum pages covered in intricate illustrations of plants, many of which had been driven to extinction by human expansion. To most visitors, it was merely a curious historical artifact. To Ivy, it was nothing less than a sacred text, a record of botanical wisdom lost to the modern world, including formulations for plant-based compounds that could potentially restore damaged ecosystem. Finally, she murmured, gently lifting the codex with gloved hands. You'll help me heal what they've destroyed. From the shadows of the adjoining greenhouse exhibit, a familiar voice responded. By destroying more in the process, that seems counterproductive, Pamela. Ivy didn't turn, continuing to secure the codex in a specialized preservation container. I wondered when you'd find your way here, Batman. How are you enjoying our little soiree? 4 separate heists as cover for what exactly? Batman emerged partially from the shadows, noting the positions of the enthralled guards and the peculiar stillness of the air, heavy with Ivy's pheromones, no doubt. Cover implies we're hiding something, Ivy replied, finally turning to face him. In the dim light, her green-tinged skin seemed to radiate a subtle luminescence. Perhaps we simply have diverse interests that happen to align tonight. Unlikely. Batman took a measured step forward, his filtered cowl providing some protection against the airborne compounds, though not indefinitely. Catwoman works alone. Penguin doesn't share. You and Harley occasionally cooperate, but never with this level of coordination. A slow smile spread across Ivy's face. People can surprise you. Even after all these years, you still think you understand us, categorize us, file us away in neat little folders in that detective mind of yours. The Codex isn't your endgame, Batman continued, scanning the room for what he might have missed. It's valuable to you, certainly, but not worth the risk of orchestrating something this complex. Ivy tilted her head slightly, genuine curiosity crossing her features. You really don't see it, do you? The great detective blind to what's right in front of him. She gestured around the room. Look closer at what you think you know. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl as he reassessed the scene. The climate controls for the rare botanical specimens, the specialized lighting designed to mimic specific geographic conditions, the irrigation system, the museum's water supply, he said, the realization crystallizing. It connects to the city's primary water treatment facility 2 blocks from here. Ivy's smile widened. Very good. Not my usual approach, I admit. Too indirect for my tastes. But sometimes one must compromise when working with associates. Batman was already moving, heading for the control panel that regulated the specialized systems for the botanical exhibits. But 2 of the enthralled guards stepped into his path, their movements mechanical but effective. They won't hurt you unless you force them to, Ivy said conversationally, continuing to back toward a service door with the codex secured. Unlike you, I don't use people as disposable weapons. The filtration controls were still 10 feet away. The guards, while not immediately aggressive, formed a human barrier, and somewhere within that control system, Batman was now certain, Ivy had introduced something, spores, toxins, or some engineered botanical compound designed to enter Gotham's water supply. Whatever you've done, I will undo it, he stated, not as a threat but as simple fact. Perhaps, Ivy conceded, but it will be too late for containment. The dispersal is timed to coincide with the end of our little distraction. In approximately, she glanced at a delicate vine wrapped around her wrist, which had formed into a living timepiece. 3 minutes. Just long enough for us to make our exit. But, as if in answer, the service door behind Ivy opened to reveal Catwoman, the small jeweled hairpin she had stolen now secured in her belt. Right on schedule, Selina purred. Though our friend with the umbrella is running behind. Apparently he got greedy with the paintings. Typical. Ivy rolled her eyes. And Harley? Creating a new exit route as we speak, very loudly. Catwoman's gaze shifted to Batman, a complex mixture of emotions crossing her features before settling into her usual playful defiance. You're looking well. The formal wear suits you, even with the cape. Batman's mind worked furiously, calculating options. He could potentially overcome the guards without seriously harming them, reach the controls, and prevent whatever Ivy had planned. But not while also preventing the 2 women from escaping with their stolen items. The water system, Ivy, he pressed. What have you introduced? She regarded him thoughtfully, as if deciding how much to reveal. Nothing permanently harmful to humans, if that's your concern. A specialized fungal bloom that will temporarily bind with common pharmaceuticals found in the water supply, particularly mood stabilizers and certain psychiatric medications, making them inert, Batman concluded grimly. Thousands of Gotham citizens will have their medication disrupted. Ivy's expression hardened, making them aware. For 48 hours they'll see clearly how the city suffocates around them, how the natural world gasps for breath beneath concrete and steel. Sometimes healing requires discomfort first. That's not your decision to make. Yet corporations make worse decisions daily, poisoning the air, the soil, the water, poisoning people, and you call it business? Her voice remained calm, but the plants around her became agitated, leaves trembling with her suppressed emotion. My intervention is temporary. Their damage is forever. The timer on the wall clicked down another minute. Batman could see the internal irrigation system beginning its activation sequence. A regular midnight misting of the sensitive exhibits, now weaponized to carry Ivy's botanical agents into the wider water system. Catwoman, sensing the tension escalating, stepped forward. As fascinating as the environmental ethics debate surely is, we have a schedule to keep. She turned to Batman, her voice lowering. Walk away from this one. Nobody gets hurt, you prevent Penguin's armed robbery from escalating, and in 2 days everything returns to normal. You know I can't do that, Selina. Her smile held genuine regret. I know. That's what makes you, you. She sighed and extracted a small capsule from her belt. Which is why I came prepared. Before Batman could react, she tossed the capsule at his feet, where it burst into a rapidly expanding foam that hardened almost instantly, trapping his boots to the floor. Not permanently, he could break free in 30 seconds, with the proper application of force, but long enough. Consider it a professional courtesy, Catwoman called, as she and Ivy retreated through the service door. The foam dissolves in 2 minutes. Just long enough to miss your window to stop the irrigation sequence, not long enough to miss Cobblepot's getaway. Choose wisely. The door swished closed behind them, leaving Batman immobilized as the control panel continued its automated countdown. 1 minute remaining. He made his decision instantly. Reaching to his utility belt, he extracted a small vial of solvent and applied it to the hardened foam. Within seconds, he could move again, crossing quickly to the irrigation control panel. The system was automated and locked into its program sequence, but automation could be overridden. His fingers flew across the control interface, bypassing security protocols and accessing the core programming. 45 seconds. A careful application of electrical disruption, not enough to damage the sensitive botanical specimens permanently, but sufficient to trick the system into registering a critical failure. 30 seconds. The panel flashed red warnings, but Batman continued his methodical intervention, rerouting the water flow away from the main filtration system that connected to Gotham's water supply, and instead creating a closed loop within the museum itself. 15 seconds. The irrigation system activated on schedule, fine mists beginning to spray across the botanical exhibits. But now, instead of carrying Ivy's compounds into the wider water distribution network, the system merely recycled the water within its own contained environment. The specimens would receive their moisture, but Gotham's water supply remained uncontaminated. Batman straightened, allowing himself a moment of satisfaction before turning his attention to the next priority. Penguin would be making his exit now, likely through the loading dock on the north side. Alfred, he activated his communicator. The botanical threat has been neutralized. Status on Cobblepot? GCPD has established a perimeter around the north loading area based on your earlier instructions, sir. However, there appears to be a disturbance near the east entrance as well. Security cameras show what appears to be Ms. Quinn creating a rather explosive diversion. Covering their escape, Batman concluded. I'm on my way to the east entrance. Have Gordon split his forces. As he moved silently through the now empty corridors of the museum, Batman reflected on the night's events. 4 separate heists, each with its own objective, yet coordinated with precision. Catwoman with her mysterious hairpin, Penguin with his valuable paintings, Ivy with the ancient codex and her thwarted water supply plan, and Harley creating precisely timed chaos throughout. The question remained, who had brought them together? Who had the influence to coordinate such disparate criminal personalities toward a common timeline? That answer would have to wait. For now, there were still criminals to apprehend and stolen items to recover. The east entrance of the Gotham Museum of Art had been transformed into a scene of controlled chaos. 2 police cars had been overturned, though tellingly without injury to the officers, who now stood behind makeshift barricades with weapons drawn. Colorful smoke bombs created disorienting clouds of magenta and electric blue, while occasional firecrackers produced startling bangs that kept everyone on edge without causing actual harm. At the center of it all, Harley Quinn danced and cartwheeled, her movements seemingly random but actually creating a carefully choreographed distraction. "Come on, boys in blue, put a little effort into it," she taunted, executing a perfect backflip to avoid a police officer's attempt to rush her. "This is the most fun you've had all week, admit it." Batman assessed the situation from the rooftime above. Quinn was maintaining the police attention at the east entrance, while the real escape was likely happening elsewhere. Her role had been consistent throughout the evening: create visible chaos, while the others worked more subtly. He activated his thermal imaging, scanning beyond the immediate disturbance. 3 blocks east, a heat signature registered. A vehicle engine, running but stationary. Wait. Batman fired his grapnel and swung in a wide arc over the police barricade, landing silently behind Harley as she prepared to throw another smoke bomb. "Show's over, Harley," he said, causing her to spin around with exaggerated surprise. "Batsy, back for an encore." Her grin was infectious despite the circumstances. "Did you like my performance art? I call it Boys in Blue Get Bamboozled." "No one was seriously hurt," Batman observed. "Not your usual approach." Harley shrugged, twirling her oversized mallet casually. "Maybe I'm evolving as an artist. Or maybe hurting people wasn't the point tonight." She winked conspiratorially. "Sometimes the chaos is just a distraction from the real show." "Where are they headed?" Batman asked, his voice remaining calm and measured despite the urgency of the situation. Harley tilted her head, considering him with surprising thoughtfulness. "You're assuming I know, or that I'd tell you if I did," she sighed dramatically. "The thing about collaborative art installations, Bats, is that everyone only gets their own piece of the canvas, keeps things compartmentalized." As she spoke, Batman noticed her subtle glances toward the northeast, not east where the vehicle waited. Another misdirection. The pieces clicked into place in his mind. The waiting vehicle was yet another decoy. "The underground tunnel system," he stated rather than asked. "The old maintenance passages that connect to the subway." Harley's expression flickered with genuine surprise before she covered it with another grin. "Oh, now you're just showing off with the detective stuff." Batman's hand moved to his utility belt, extracting a pair of specialized restraints. "The performance is over, Harley." She eyed the restraints and then, unexpectedly, set her mallet down and offered her wrists. Fine. Can't blame a girl for trying. Besides, my part's done." As Batman secured the restraints, she leaned in conspiratorially. "But between us, Bats, you might want to check out what Red did to the Eastern Reservoir filtration system while you were busy with her little museum distraction." Batman's eyes narrowed. "You're claiming there was a secondary target?" Harley's laugh was genuinely amused. "Secondary? Tertiary? We had contingencies for contingencies. That's what happens when you get a bunch of creative types together. Everybody's got ideas." She winked. Maybe there wasn't just one mastermind behind this little caper. Maybe we all brought something to the table. Before Batman could question her further, the sound of approaching police drew his attention. Commissioner Gordon appeared through the thinning smoke, weapon drawn but lowered when he recognized Batman. "We've got Cobblepot cornered in the north loading dock," Gordon reported. But most of the paintings were already transferred to a secondary vehicle, and there's no sign of the other suspects. Batman transferred Harley to the custody of the approaching officers. "There's an old service tunnel connecting to the subway system. Have your men seal all access points within a 6-block radius." Gordon nodded briskly, already speaking into his radio to redirect forces. As the officers led Harley away, she called back over her shoulder, "Don't forget to check the reservoir, Bats. Red's got a real green thumb when it comes to municipal water supplies." "Is she serious?" Gordon asked, frowning. "Partially," Batman replied. "Ivy attempted to introduce something into the museum's water system, but I neutralized it. However," he considered Harley's parting words, "the Eastern Reservoir served nearly a third of Gotham. If Ivy had established a secondary operation there while the museum heist served as distraction, I need to verify the reservoir's security," he told Gordon. "Can you handle things here?" The commissioner nodded. "Go. We've got the museum secured and evidence teams processing each gallery. I'll have the bomb squad check for any additional surprises Quinn might have left behind." Batman moved swiftly toward the shadows, his mind already plotting the fastest route to the Eastern Reservoir facility. As he fired his grapnel toward an adjacent building, he activated his communicator once more. "Alfred, I need everything you can find on recent maintenance or construction at the Eastern Reservoir. Specifically, look for any connection to botanical research or unusual plant deliveries in the area." "Already searching, sir," came the butler's efficient response. "Though I must say, this evening has proven remarkably complex, even by Gotham's unusual standards." Batman swung between buildings, the cool night air rushing past as he traversed the urban landscape with practiced precision. It's not random. The museum was elaborate enough to be the main event, but it feels like a diversion for something bigger. "A concerning thought," Alfred agreed. "Oh, and sir, GCPD just reported that they've secured the Penguin, but the most valuable paintings weren't recovered. Additionally, there's been a curious development regarding Miss Kyle's target." "The hairpin," Batman confirmed, as he landed on a rooftop overlooking the Eastern District. Indeed, museum officials are baffled as to why she would take such a relatively minor piece when the Azure Empress necklace was in the same display. Batman paused, looking out over the city lights toward the distant reservoir facility. "Because the hairpin wasn't catalogued properly. Check imperial records from the Qing dynasty, late 18th century. The minor hairpin likely belonged to a concubine who later became influential in court politics. And this is significant because Selina doesn't steal without purpose. That hairpin would be nearly impossible to fence through normal channels. Too historically significant to sell openly, too obscure to sell privately." Batman resumed his journey, moving with increased urgency. "Unless there's a specific buyer already arranged, someone with particular interest in that historical period. I'll cross-section known collectors with specialization in Qing Dynasty artifacts," Alfred replied. "And sir, regarding the reservoir, I've found something. 3 weeks ago, the city approved emergency maintenance on the filtration system. The contractor listed is a company called Verdant Solutions, established 6 months ago with paperwork that appears immaculate upon cursory inspection." "Too immaculate," Batman concluded. "It's Ivy. She's been planning this for months." The reservoir facility appeared ahead, its security lights creating pools of illumination around the perimeter fence. From his elevated position, Batman could see two security guards making routine rounds, unaware of any potential threat, following standard protocols. Thermal scan shows normal activity, he observed, activating his cowl's enhanced vision mode. No additional personnel, no unusual heat signatures from equipment. He descended silently into the facility grounds, moving from shadow to shadow until he reached the main filtration control building. The door was secured with both electronic and physical locks, untampered with apparently. Batman bypassed them efficiently and slipped inside. The control room hummed with the steady operation of water purification systems, monitors displaying flow rates, chemical composition analyses, and distribution metrics across multiple screens. Everything appeared normal. Perhaps Harley had been misdirecting him after all. But experience had taught Batman to trust his instincts. Something felt wrong about the facility. Something subtle beneath the surface normality. He moved methodically through the control room, checking each system, each monitor, looking for anomalies too small for automated alarms to detect. There, a slight discrepancy in the chlorine levels between the input and output measurements. Minimal within acceptable parameters for the automated systems, but consistent. Something was neutralizing a small percentage of the purification chemicals before the water reached the distribution stage. Batman moved to the maintenance access panel and descended into the actual filtration chamber below. A vast concrete structure where Gotham's water supply passed through layers of specialized filtration media before being treated and distributed to the city. In the dim emergency lighting, everything appeared as expected, until Batman activated his ultraviolet scanner. Then, invisible to the naked eye, a pattern emerged, a thin layer of microscopic growth coating the interior of certain filtration pipes. Not enough to impact water clarity or trigger bacterial contamination warnings, but enough to gradually introduce something into the water supply. "Alfred," Batman communicated quietly. "I've found Ivy's secondary plan. Some kind of engineered biofiltration system growing within the main purification chambers. Analysis suggests it's been developing slowly, organically infiltrating the system over weeks, rather than introduced all at once. Most concerning, sir. Can it be removed?" Batman was already extracting specialized sampling tools from his utility belt. "Yes, but I need to understand exactly what it's designed to do first. If removed improperly, it might release spores or toxins as a defense mechanism." He collected samples of the nearly invisible growth, using his cowl's built-in analysis system to run preliminary tests. The results were puzzling. The biological material wasn't immediately toxic or pathogenic. Instead, it appeared designed to introduce subtle chemical compounds that would only become active when combined with common substances already present in the city's water. "It's a delivery system," Batman realized, "designed to interact with something else, something yet to be introduced." He tapped his communicator again. "Alfred, contact Gordon. I need hazmat teams at the reservoir immediately, and I need all water flow from this facility temporarily diverted to emergency storage tanks for comprehensive testing." "Right away, sir. And what of our museum thieves?" Batman secured the samples and began his ascent back to the control room. "Still at large, but the priority has shifted. Whatever Ivy's planning with the water supply takes precedence." As he emerged into the control room, Batman felt the subtle shift in air pressure that indicated he was no longer alone. He turned slowly to find Catwoman perched casually on a monitoring console, examining her clawed gloves with apparent interest. "Figured you'd make your way here eventually," she said without looking up. Once Harley dropped her little hint, Batman remained perfectly still, assessing. Was that part of the plan too? Directing me to Ivy's secondary operation? Selina's smile was enigmatic as she finally met his gaze. Plans within plans, Bruce. That's how these collaborations typically work. Why are you here, Selina? She slipped gracefully from the console, landing silently on the floor. Would you believe professional courtesy? Or perhaps I have my own agenda that doesn't perfectly align with the others. The hairpin, Batman noted. Not exactly your usual score. Some jobs are about the paycheck, some are about other considerations. She approached him with her characteristic fluid grace, stopping just beyond arm's reach. The reservoir system. It's not what you think. Enlighten me. Catwoman glanced at the monitoring systems, then back to Batman. Ivy's creation isn't designed to poison Gotham. It's a filtration system, removing compounds that current technology can't detect or eliminate. Microplastics, pharmaceutical residues, synthetic hormone disruptors, the invisible pollution that's been accumulating for decades. Batman's eyes narrowed skeptically. And you know this how? Because I've seen her research. This isn't about revenge or eco-terrorism. It's about restoration. Subtle, gradual restoration that works within existing infrastructure. She tilted her head, studying his reaction. Not all of us express our desire to save Gotham by dressing up and punching criminals. Before Batman could respond, the facility's external alarm system activated, GCPD arriving with the hazmat team he had requested through Gordon. You should go, he told her, not moving to apprehend her, despite professional obligations suggesting otherwise. Celine moved toward a ventilation shaft at the far end of the room. The hairpin is going to a private collector, one who actually cares about preserving history rather than locking it behind glass for social status. She paused before disappearing into the shaft. And Bruce? Not everything tonight was what it seemed. Sometimes the real heist isn't about what was taken, but what was left behind. With that cryptic statement, she vanished into the building's infrastructure, leaving Batman alone with the growing sound of approaching emergency responders. Dawn broke over Gotham City, painting the sky in watercolor shades of pink and gold that reflected off glass skyscrapers. In the Batcave, Bruce Wayne stood before a series of displays analyzing the biological samples from the reservoir, while Alfred set down a tray containing coffee and a light breakfast. "A most peculiar night, sir," the butler observed, glancing at the multiple investigations displayed on the cave's monitors. 4 separate heists, a complex botanical agent introduced to the reservoir, and a mysterious parting statement from Ms. Kyle. Bruce nodded absently, his focus on the analysis results. The samples confirmed Selina's claim, at least partially. Ivy's creation appears designed to neutralize specific chemical compounds in the water, particularly synthetic endocrine disruptors and certain pharmaceuticals, an environmentalist approach rather than an attack, Alfred noted, though one assumes the proper channels for water treatment innovation would have been more appropriate than breaking into a secure facility. A small smile touched Bruce's lips. Since when have any of them opted for proper channels? He turned from the analysis display to another monitor showing the recovered items from the museum heist. The pattern still doesn't make sense. Ivy wanted the codex, understandable given her interests. Penguin stole the paintings, but left several equally valuable pieces untouched. Catwoman took a seemingly minor artifact when much more valuable items were available. And Harley created chaos without causing significant harm, Alfred finished, most uncharacteristic. Bruce turned to the final monitor, which displayed a schematic of the Gotham Museum of Art. with indicators showing where each theft and disturbance had occurred. Each operated in a different wing, drawing security and attention in different directions. But why such elaborate coordination for separate objectives? What connects them? Alfred studied the schematic thoughtfully. Perhaps it's not what connects the individual items, but what connects the individuals themselves. Bruce's eyes narrowed as he considered this perspective. Someone who could influence all four of them. Someone with resources and intelligence to orchestrate something this complex. And perhaps, someone with motivation to ensure you were thoroughly occupied for one very specific evening. Bruce turned sharply to his butler. "What day is it, Alfred?" "March 27th, sir, which coincides with the annual review of Wayne Enterprises' Advanced Biotechnology Division," Bruce finished, the realization dawning, "including secure server maintenance and temporary deactivation of certain security protocols during system update." Alfred nodded gravely. "Indeed, sir. A fact known to very few outside the company, but potentially valuable to someone with interest in Wayne Enterprises' research data." Bruce moved quickly to the Batcomputer's main terminal, fingers flying across the keyboard as he remotely accessed Wayne Enterprises' security systems. Initial scans showed no obvious breaches, no alarms triggered, no unauthorized access detected by standard monitoring. But a deeper examination revealed the truth. A sophisticated intrusion, so subtle it had left virtually no digital footprint. Someone had accessed the temporarily vulnerable biotechnology servers during the exact window when security protocols were at their minimum during scheduled maintenance. "What did they access?" Alfred asked, leaning forward to study the display. Bruce continued his analysis, face grim. "Research files, specifically the developmental data on our experimental medical nanotechnology program. Not enough to replicate the technology, but enough to understand its applications and limitations." "Which would be valuable to whom precisely?" "Anyone looking to counter or neutralize the technology," Bruce replied, "or to develop defenses against it before it reaches implementation." Both men fell silent, considering the implications. After a moment, Alfred spoke again. "So, the museum heist, the reservoir infiltration, all elaborately crafted distractions to occupy Batman, while someone accessed Wayne Enterprises' secured servers during their brief vulnerability." "Yes," Bruce confirmed, "but not just someone. Someone who knew about both the server maintenance schedule and could coordinate 4 of Gotham's most notorious criminals into a synchronized operation." "Any theories as to who might possess such remarkable organizational skills?" Alfred inquired, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer. Bruce's expression hardened as he closed the security analysis and brought up a different file. A comprehensive dossier on one of Gotham's most enigmatic criminals. "There's only one person with the intelligence, the resources, and the particular interest in both Wayne Enterprises' technology and elaborate puzzles." The monitor displayed a stylized question mark as Bruce spoke the name. "Edward Nygma. The Riddler. Most concerning," Alfred observed. "Though one must admire the intricacy of the scheme, a riddle wrapped in an enigma, quite literally." Bruce was already moving toward the Batsuit chamber. "The question is what he's planning to do with the information. Nygma doesn't steal data without purpose." "Will you be pursuing him immediately, sir?" Alfred asked, already preparing the necessary equipment. Bruce paused, considering. "No. First, I need to understand exactly what he took and why it's valuable to him. And I need to ensure the museum and reservoir situations are fully contained." He turned back to the monitor displaying the stolen biotechnology data. "Nygma will want me to know it was him eventually. Solving the puzzle is only satisfying if someone appreciates its complexity. Indeed, sir, his ego has always been his most predictable trait. The cave fell into comfortable silence as Bruce returned to analyzing the security breach, looking for the hidden pattern, the clue Riddler would have inevitably left behind. Outside, the new day continued to brighten over Gotham, the city's citizens waking to news of the museum heist, unaware of the more complex game unfolding beneath the surface. In her apartment across town, Selina Kyle placed the ancient hairpin in a specialized shipping container, preparing it for transport to its new owner, a reclusive historian who would treasure it for its historical significance, rather than its monetary value. The payment for this particular job had been minimal, but the opportunity to participate in Nigma's elaborate puzzle had been irresistible. In her greenhouse sanctuary, Pamela Isley carefully tended to a cutting from the ancient plant specimens documented in the Verdant Codex. Her expression serene as she contemplated the possibility. The reservoir project would be discovered and dismantled, of course, but she had accomplished more than Batman realized, collecting essential data on how her biological agents interacted with Gotham's water infrastructure. Information that would prove valuable for future, more permanent implementation. In his cell at GCPD headquarters, Oswald Cobblepot sat in smug silence despite his apparent capture, knowing that the truly valuable paintings, the ones containing the encoded banking information, were already safely hidden in a secure location, while Batman had been thoroughly occupied with other concerns. And in her temporary holding cell, Harley Quinn hummed contentedly, amusing herself by counting ceiling tiles while waiting for the legal system's bureaucratic machinery to begin turning. Her role in the elaborate distraction had been performed perfectly, creating visible chaos while revealing nothing of importance. Nigma would be pleased, which meant her substantial fee would be deposited as agreed. In his hidden workshop, Edward Nigma studied the biotechnology data extracted from Wayne Enterprises' servers, a satisfied smile playing across his lips. The elaborate museum heist had functioned exactly as designed, occupying Batman's full attention while Nigma executed the real objective. Now he possessed crucial information about the limitations of Wayne Enterprises' nanotechnology, technology that would have rendered many of his most ingenious security countermeasures obsolete. Knowledge was power. Preventing a potential disadvantage was just as valuable as gaining an advantage, and doing it all through an elaborately crafted puzzle that Batman would only fully solve in retrospect. That was the true satisfaction. The Dark Knight would eventually piece it all together, of course, but by then Nigma would have already implemented the necessary countermeasures to protect his operations from Wayne's emerging technology. A preemptive solution to a problem Batman didn't even know existed yet. As the morning sun rose over Gotham, the city continued its eternal cycle. Criminals plotting, heroes defending, and ordinary citizens living their lives in the delicate balance between. The museum heist would make headlines for a day or two before being replaced by the next sensational story. But beneath the visible drama played out a deeper, more intricate game of move and counter-move between the city's most brilliant minds. And in the shadows, where such games unfolded, Batman continued his patient, methodical work, protecting a city that rarely understood the true scope of the threats it faced or the sacrifices made to keep it safe. One puzzle at a time, one night at a time, wrapped in shadow and purpose. Outside Gotham Museum of Art, workers began cleaning up the remnants of the previous night's chaos as early visitors lined up, eager to see the galleries that had been the scene of such drama, unaware that the true heist had taken place elsewhere, in the digital realm where increasingly the city's future would be determined. The visible and the invisible, the obvious and the hidden, existing side by side in the complex ecosystem that was Gotham City. And high above, watching over it all from a stone gargoyle on the Wayne Tower, the Dark Knight began planning his next move in the never-ending chess match that defined his existence. Defender of a city that bred both its greatest threats and its salvation in equal measure. As the morning sun rose over Gotham, Batman surveyed the Museum of Art from a nearby rooftop. The police had secured the scene, cataloging evidence from the elaborate four-villain heist. In the aftermath, he knew the repercussions would echo through Gotham's criminal underworld. Territories questioned, alliances strained, power dynamics shifting like shadows at dusk. Batman's cowl communicator activated with Alfred's measured voice. "Sir? I trust the museum situation has been resolved to your satisfaction." "Not entirely, Alfred. Nigma escaped with data that could prove dangerous. Joker remains at large, and Penguin's true objectives are still unclear." "Then perhaps this evening's intelligence will be of particular interest," Alfred replied, his tone carefully neutral. "Our sources indicate an unusual gathering scheduled for tonight. The abandoned Daggett Industries warehouse at the docks." Batman's eyes narrowed beneath his cowl. "Who's attending?" "That's what makes it particularly concerning, sir. Intelligence suggests both the Joker and Riddler will be present, apparently working together. Additionally, Bane and Two-Face are expected, seemingly operating as their own faction." Batman processed this information swiftly. 4 of Gotham's most dangerous criminals dividing into unexpected alliances. "This isn't random timing," he concluded. "The museum heist created a distraction, but it also served as a demonstration of capabilities. Now they're moving to capitalize on the power vacuum in Gotham's criminal hierarchy. The Falcone organization's recent setbacks have certainly created opportunities for ambitious parties," Alfred agreed. "Commissioner Gordon has been notified, but is keeping GCPD at a distance until you've had a chance to assess the situation." Batman stood, the exhaustion from the night's events pushed aside by the urgency of this new threat. "Preparation is critical, Alfred. 4 supercriminals, 2 factions, dozens of henchmen, all in one location." "Indeed, sir. A potential powder keg with a very short fuse." As Batman fired his grapnel and swung into Gotham's morning light, his mind was already mapping strategies, contingencies, approaches. The museum heist had been complex, but this looming confrontation between criminal factions promised even greater danger. Not just to Batman himself, but to the fragile balance that kept Gotham from descending into complete chaos. Hours later, as darkness once again embraced the city, Batman would stand on a shipping crane overlooking the warehouse, watching as the players in this deadly game arrived one by one. Rain would fall in persistent sheets over Gotham Harbor, drumming against metal rooftops, washing away neither sins. And so continues our journey through Gotham's longest night, as we follow the Dark Knight into the heart of a criminal summit where nothing is as it seems, and everyone has a hidden agenda. The rain fell in persistent sheets over Gotham Harbor, drumming against metal rooftops and collecting in dark pools along the cracked concrete. Fog horns moaned their melancholy warnings to ships navigating the treacherous waters, sounds that seemed to embody the city itself, cautionary, somber, resilient. Batman stood motionless on the edge of a shipping crane, water cascading off his cape in rivulets as he studied the sprawling warehouse below. The building had once been the primary distribution center for Dagger Industries, before the company's collapse amid corruption scandals. Now it stood as a hulking monument to Gotham's industrial decay. perfect for clandestine gatherings away from prying eyes. Except his. Through specialized binoculars, Batman tracked the movements of figures slipping into the warehouse through various entrances. The patterns were telling. Groups of 4 or 5 moving with military precision through the south entrance, Bane's mercenaries. From the east came more chaotic, sporadic arrivals, the distinctive purple suits of Joker's henchmen. The north and west entrances showed less traffic but greater caution. Two-Face and Riddler's people, respectively. "Alfred," Batman spoke quietly into his cowl's communicator. "The intelligence was correct. All 4 are converging." "Most concerning, sir," came the butler's measured response, particularly given the history between these gentlemen. The last time Mr. Dent and the Joker were in the same room, 3 people died and a city block burned, Batman finished, and Bane has outstanding grudges against all of them. While Mr. Nigma considers everyone intellectually beneath him, hardly a formula for productive negotiation. Batman's mouth tightened into a grim line as he watched another group of Joker's henchmen arrive, carrying large crates with garish grins painted on the sides. They're not here to negotiate. They're here to divide Gotham while the Falcone organization is vulnerable. The recent arrest of multiple Falcone lieutenants had created a power vacuum in Gotham's underworld. Territory, smuggling routes, protection rackets, all suddenly contested as the family's iron grip weakened. Batman had anticipated opportunistic moves from the city's rogues gallery, but not this. Not a coordinated summit among 4 of his most dangerous adversaries. "Gordon has units standing by," Batman continued, "but they're maintaining distance. If police move in too soon, we'll lose them all in the chaos. I need to get inside, understand what they're planning, and contain the situation before it spills into the streets." "And how do you propose to manage 4 supercriminals and their respective armies simultaneously?" Alfred's tone held its customary dry concern. Batman watched as lightning briefly illuminated the warehouse's vast silhouette against the night sky. "By making them manage each other." With that cryptic response, he fired his grapnel gun and descended in a controlled arc toward the warehouse roof. A maintenance hatch provided access to the building's interior. Batman slipped through the opening and into the darkness beyond, emerging onto a system of catwalks that crisscrossed the warehouse's upper reaches. From this elevated vantage, the warehouse's interior spread out below him like a macabre chessboard. The main floor had been cleared to create a central meeting area with shipping containers and crates arranged in rough quadrants around it, each section now marked with the signature of its respective faction. Joker's territory was splashed with lurid purples and greens, playing cards scattered across crates. Riddler's area featured question marks spray-painted on carefully arranged containers. Two-Face's domain was literally divided, half meticulously organized, half deliberately chaotic. And Bane's section had been transformed into a makeshift fortress, crates stacked to create defensive positions. Between these territories lay a no-man's land with a single table and 4 chairs. The negotiation zone, currently empty as tensions visibly simmered among the gathered forces. Batman counted at least 60 men distributed throughout the warehouse, heavily armed, on edge, and separated into clear factions that eyed each other with barely concealed hostility. Moving silently along the catwalks, Batman positioned himself directly above the central meeting area. He attached miniaturized listening devices to the metal supports, adjusting his cowl's audio receptors to filter out the ambient noise of rain and distant machinery. Minutes passed as the forces continued to gather. Then, a shift in the atmosphere, the random movements becoming more purposeful, the casual chatter dying away. Batman felt the change before he saw the cause. The principals had arrived. Two-Face emerged first from his territory, wearing his signature split suit, immaculate charcoal grey on his right, tattered and burned fabric on his left. 4 bodyguards flanked him, hands resting obviously on holstered weapons. Harvey Dent's once handsome face displayed its permanent division, the left side horribly scarred, a grotesque testament to the duality that defined him. In his hand, he casually flipped his double-headed coin, catching it with practiced precision. From the eastern section swaggered the Joker, his green hair slicked back, purple suit impeccably tailored despite the weather. Unlike Two-Face's military escort, Joker's companions projected chaotic energy, 2 henchmen in garish makeup giggling unpredictably, and a new lieutenant Batman didn't recognize, carrying what appeared to be a modified briefcase. Bane's entrance was characteristically direct. The massive figure emerged from the southern quadrant with deliberate steps that echoed through the warehouse, his respirator mask emitting the faint hiss of regulated venom flow. He wore combat fatigues rather than his usual wrestling in spread attire, a sign that this was business, not spectacle. 2 mercenaries accompanied him, their faces hidden behind tactical masks, weapons held with professional discipline. The Riddler appeared last, his entrance typically theatrical, the lights in his section momentarily dimming before a spotlight illuminated his path to the table. Edward Nygma twirled his question-mark cane as he walked, the green of his suit almost black in the warehouse's dim lighting. A single assistant followed him, carrying a tablet computer and wearing an earpiece that lightly connected to the surveillance team Batman had detected earlier. As the 4 villains approached the central table, Batman activated the recording function in his cowl. Whatever happened here would be valuable intelligence, regardless of how this night ended. "Gentlemen," Two-Face began, his voice carrying easily in the tense silence, "shall we dispense with pleasantries and move directly to business?" "But Harvey," Joker's voice lilted with mock offense, "pleasantries are the only truly pleasant part of these dreary affairs. The rest is just territorial pissing." He giggled, the sound echoing unnervingly through the cavernous space. Bane lowered himself into a chair that creaked under his weight. "I did not come here for your performance, clown. The Falcone territories will be divided tonight, or blood will flow." "Always so direct," Riddler sighed, remaining standing as he leaned on his cane. "No appreciation for the elegance of negotiation, for the puzzle of competing interests finding their optimal arrangement." "Puzzles, theatrics, threats," Two-Face growled, "meaningless. The coin decides." He flipped his scarred token into the air, caught it, and slapped it onto the back of his hand. After a moment's study, he nodded. "We proceed." From his vantage point, Batman noted the positions of key lieutenants, exit routes, and potential civilian risk factors. The warehouse itself was isolated enough that a direct confrontation would endanger few innocent bystanders. But if this powder keg exploded into the surrounding areas... "I've taken the liberty of preparing a map," Riddler announced, gesturing for his assistant to project a holographic display above the table. Gotham materialized in glowing blue lines with the former Falcone territories highlighted in red. A visual aid to our discussion. Joker leaned forward, his perpetual grin widening as he studied the projection. My. Old man Falcone did control quite the empire. All those lovely smuggling routes through the East End, the protection rackets in the theater district, the distribution networks in the Bowery. He sighed dreamily. A veritable criminal smorgasbord. "The docks and shipping infrastructure are non-negotiable," Bane stated flatly. "They align with my existing operations and provide necessary supply lines." Two-Face flipped his coin again, The Diamond District and Financial Center fall to me. My organization already has infrastructure in place. So provincial, Riddler scoffed. While you think in terms of physical territories, I'll take control of the digital infrastructure and information networks Falcone established. The modern criminal economy runs on data, after all. The Joker's laugh cut through the room like glass across skin. Take your shipping crates and bank vaults and computer codes. I want the people. His voice dropped to a disturbing whisper. The neighborhoods, the communities, the beating heart of Gotham's fear and potential for chaos. That's where the real fun lives. Batman could see the fundamental incompatibility of their visions unfolding. Bane's strategic military approach, Two-Face's rigid duality, Riddler's intellectual elitism, and Joker's chaotic nihilism. No stable alliance could form from such disparate philosophies. The question wasn't if this summit would collapse, but when, and how violently. Below, the negotiation continued with increasing tension. Maps were marked, territories claimed and contested, arguments growing louder. Batman noticed Bane's hand repeatedly straying to the venom control at his wrist, a sign the mercenary's notorious temper was fraying. Two-Face's coin flips had become more frequent, his decisions more erratic. Riddler tapped his cane with growing impatience, while Joker's smile had taken on the particularly dangerous edge that often preceded his worst violence. This arrangement is unacceptable, Bane finally growled, standing so abruptly his chair toppled backward. You offer scraps while claiming the prime territories for yourselves. The coin has spoken. Two-Face shrugged, though his good hand had moved to his jacket where Batman knew he kept his twin pistols. Perhaps you should accept its judgment with more grace. Oh my, Joker giggled. Is our muscle-bound friend having a temper tantrum? Did someone mess with your precious venom supply, Bane? You seem a bit Riddler sighed theatrically. And here we witness the inevitable failure of cooperation among lesser intellects. I did warn my associates this effort was doomed from the start. The atmosphere in the warehouse had shifted from tense negotiation to imminent violence. Henchmen throughout the space had abandoned any pretense of calm, weapons now drawn and ready. Batman knew the moment for observation had passed. If he didn't act now, the situation would explode beyond control. But as he prepared to make his move, the Joker suddenly slammed his hands on the table with unexpected force. Enough, he shouted, his voice dropping its playful tone. Let's stop pretending we ever intended to share anything. He straightened, adjusting his lapels with elegant menace. We all came here with different plans for how this night ends. For instance, my plan involves a rather substantial quantity of my special toxin currently being pumped through this warehouse's ventilation system. Bane's eyes narrowed behind his mask. And my plan involves the explosives my men placed throughout this building while you three were distracted with your territorial squabbling. How unimaginative, Riddler scoffed. Did none of you wonder why I chose this particular location? The entire electrical system has been modified to deliver a neural disruptive pulse of my design. Quite selective in its targets, I assure you. Two-Face merely flipped his coin one more time, studied it, and then reached into his jacket. No more negotiation. The coin says everyone loses. Batman had heard enough. In one fluid motion, he detached a small device from his utility belt and dropped it into the center of the gathering below. It detonated on impact, not with an explosion, but with a burst of dense smoke that quickly filled the negotiation zone. Simultaneously, he fired his grapnel at a support beam and swung down in a controlled arc, cape spread wide to maximize the intimidation factor of his silhouette appearing through the smoke. He landed directly on the conference table, the impact sending the territorial maps scattering. "It's over," he announced, his voice pitched to carry throughout the warehouse. "This meeting is adjourned." For one frozen moment, all four villains stared at the caped figure that had materialized in their midst. Then, predictably, chaos erupted. "Batman!" Joker's shriek of delight cut through the momentary silence. "You weren't on the guest list, but you're always welcome at my parties." Two-Face drew his guns with lightning speed, firing twice at the Dark Knight, who was already in motion, diving from the table as the bullet splintered the wood where he'd stood a split second before. "Release the toxin now," Joker screamed to his lieutenants, all pretense of negotiation abandoned. Bane, reacting with surprising speed for his size, lunged at Batman while simultaneously barking orders in rapid Spanish to his mercenaries. Throughout the warehouse, Bane's men moved with military precision toward predetermined positions, implementing what was clearly a well-rehearsed contingency plan. Only Riddler maintained his composure, calmly stepping back from the immediate fray and speaking quietly into a concealed microphone. Throughout his section of the warehouse, lights began to pulse in a disorienting pattern as hidden speakers emitted a high-pitched frequency designed to induce discomfort. Barton had anticipated this explosive reaction, but the simultaneous implementation of 4 separate contingency plans created a level of chaos that challenged even his preparation. Diving beneath Bane's massive swing, he fired his grapnel upward, regaining the high ground of the catwalks as gunfire erupted below. "Alfred," he spoke into his communicator while moving rapidly along the elevated passage. "Activate countermeasure protocol. Tell Gordon to move in on my signal, not before." "Already standing by, sir," came the butler's calm reply. "Might I suggest prioritizing the Joker's toxin threat? My analysis of the building schematics suggests the ventilation control room is located on the northern mezzanine." Batman was already moving in that direction, pausing briefly to survey the escalating situation below. What had started as a tense negotiation had devolved into a 4-way battle royal. Joker's men were exchanging gunfire with Two-Faces across the central area, while Bane personally led a charge toward the Riddler's section, apparently identifying the intellectual as the most immediate threat to his plans. Riddler, for his part, had triggered a series of defensive measures, electrical barriers snapping into existence between shipping containers, creating a maze that funneled Bane's charging forces into prepared kill zones. 2 of Bane's men went down immediately, caught in some kind of adhesive trap that immobilized them, while delivering what appeared to be a powerful electric shock. "Nigma came prepared," Batman observed grimly, using the continuing chaos as cover to make his way toward the ventilation controls. He anticipated betrayal. "As did they all, I imagine," Alfred noted. "Honor among thieves being particularly scarce among this group." Batman reached the northern mezzanine and found exactly what he'd expected. 2 of Joker's henchmen guarding a modified ventilation control system, canisters of green gas connected to the air intake. The men were distracted, watching the battle unfolding below, giving Batman the moment he needed. 2 batarangs found their marks with precision, disarming the guards before they could react. Batman descended on them like a wraith, his movements economical and controlled. A palm strike to the first man's solar plexus, followed by an elbow to the temple that rendered him unconscious immediately. The second guard triggered an alarm before a sweep kick took his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor, where a precise nerve strike ended his resistance. The ventilation system had been crudely but effectively modified. Batman quickly identified the toxin distribution mechanism and disabled it, simultaneously extracting samples for later analysis. The Joker's chemical weapons were constantly evolving, Understanding this latest variant would be crucial for developing countermeasures. Joker's toxin neutralized, he reported. Moving to... An explosion rocked the southern end of the warehouse, cutting off his transmission. Through the rising smoke, Batman could see that Bane had detonated one of his explosive charges, not to destroy the building, but to breach Riddler's defensive perimeter. The mercenaries' tactical approach was methodical, even in chaos. Batman needed to end this before the violence spread beyond the warehouse. Prioritizing threats, he determined Bane's explosives presented the most immediate danger to structural integrity. If the building collapsed, the battle would spill into the surrounding areas, endangering civilians. Moving with purpose along the catwalks, Batman traversed the length of the warehouse toward Bane's territory. Below, he caught glimpses of the unfolding chaos. Joker dancing through the battlefield with maniacal glee, apparently as content to watch his own men fall as his enemies. Riddler directing his forces with the calculated precision of a chess master. Two-Face's dual nature manifesting in strategic brilliance, undercut by self-destructive randomness. And Bane, a force of nature, smashing through obstacles with raw power, enhanced by tactical intelligence. In Bane's section, Batman located what he was searching for, a central detonator connected to a network of explosives strategically placed throughout the warehouse. Two mercenaries guarded it, their attention divided between the device and the battle. Batman struck from above, descending in a controlled drop that allowed him to take both guards simultaneously, grabbing their heads and bringing them together with carefully measured force. As they crumpled, he turned to the detonator. The device was sophisticated, military-grade, with multiple redundancies and booby traps that would trigger the explosives if tampered with incorrectly. Batman recognized the design from previous encounters with Bane's organization. Alfred, I need the disarm sequence for a Russian PK-7 detonator modified with biometric safeguards. Accessing now, sir, though I fear you have more immediate concerns. Batman sensed the attack before he heard it, the subtle displacement of air that preceded a strike. He rolled forward as Bane's massive fist connected with the spot where he'd been kneeling, the impact leaving a dent in the metal flooring. I thought I caught your scent, Batman, Bane growled, his mask amplifying the menacing quality of his voice. Always interfering in matters beyond your understanding. Batman rose to a defensive stance, positioning himself between Bane and the detonator. I understand perfectly. You came to claim territory, but you brought enough explosives to level 3 city blocks. This isn't about criminal empire building. It's about destroying Gotham's infrastructure to create chaos you can exploit. Bane rolled his massive shoulders, perceptive as always. The summit was merely convenient, bringing all my rivals to one location while setting the stage for the next phase of my plans. Plans that end tonight, Batman replied, aware that their conversation was buying precious seconds for Alfred to transmit the disarm sequence. Bane laughed, a sound made hollow and mechanical by his respirator. Your confidence is admirable, if misplaced. His hand moved to the control at his wrist, increasing the flow of venom. Muscles swelled visibly as the compound entered his system. Let us see if you've improved since our last encounter. Batman knew he couldn't defeat a venom-enhanced Bane in a direct confrontation, not while also needing to disarm the explosives and contain the other 3 supercriminals. He needed to be strategic. You've miscalculated, Bane, he said, subtly shifting his weight as his cowl displayed the disarm sequence Alfred had transmitted. Your explosives are positioned to bring down support columns. If this place collapses, you'll be buried along with everyone else. A necessary risk, Bane replied, beginning to circle. One does not reshape a city without sacrifice. Batman mirrored his movements, maintaining the distance between them while working his way back toward the detonator. And your allies? Were they informed of their role as sacrificial pawns? A crash from the central area of the warehouse drew Bane's attention momentarily. Riddler's defensive system had collapsed under sustained assault from both Joker's and Two-Face's forces, who had apparently formed a temporary alliance of convenience. Batman used the distraction to make his move, not at Bane, but at the detonator. His fingers flew across the keypad, inputting the disarm sequence while simultaneously extracting a device from his utility belt. Bane realized his error too late, roaring in rage as he charged forward. Batman completed the final disarm sequence and spun to meet the assault, deploying the device directly into Bane's path, a high-intensity sonic emitter calibrated to the specific frequency that disrupted the Venom delivery system. The effect was immediate. Bane staggered as his venom flow faltered, muscles spasming from the sudden chemical imbalance. It wouldn't stop him, but it would slow him down. Enough for Batman to deliver a precise strike to the respirator mask itself, cracking one of the intake valves. Your explosives are neutralized, Batman informed him, ducking under a powerful but uncoordinated swing. Gordon and the GCPD are moving in to secure the perimeter. It's finished. Bane's response was a roar of pure rage as he lunged forward, catching Batman with a glancing blow that nonetheless sent him sliding across the metal floor. The mercenary's strength, even with compromised venom flow, was still formidable. I will break you again, Bane promised, advancing deliberately. Then I will detonate the secondary charges your detective skills failed to discover. Batman processed this new information instantly. Of course, Bane would have a backup plan. The question was whether it was a bluff or a genuine threat. Either way, he couldn't take the risk. Rising to his feet, Batman fired his grapnel upward, returning to the catwalk system as Bane pursued from below. The mercenary was now moving with purpose toward the central area of the warehouse, where the battle between the other factions continued, unabated. Alfred, Bane claims to have secondary explosives. Scan for additional detonation devices. Already searching, sir. I'm detecting unusual energy signatures near the main support columns, consistent with remote detonators, military grade. Batman moved rapidly along the catwalk, tracking Bane's progress below while simultaneously mapping the locations Alfred was identifying. The pattern became clear immediately. The secondary charges were positioned to ensure maximum structural damage. If detonated, the warehouse would collapse inward, killing everyone inside and potentially triggering a chain reaction in the surrounding dock infrastructure. Below, the chaos had reached a fever pitch. Riddler had abandoned his defensive position and was now engaged in a bizarre standoff with the Joker, each man holding what appeared to be a deadman's switch. Two-Face's forces had suffered heavy casualties but maintained their position, with Harvey himself now directly participating in the firefight. One gun firing at Riddler's position, the other targeting Joker's men. Bane had reached the central area and was shouting orders to his remaining mercenaries, who began to retreat toward predetermined extraction points. Whatever he planned to do with the secondary explosives, he clearly intended his own forces to survive. Batman made his decision. The immediate priority was preventing mass casualties, which meant neutralizing the explosives and evacuating as many people as possible, including the criminals themselves. Justice would have to wait if the alternative was a massacre. Gordon, he spoke into his communicator, bypassing Alfred to contact the police commissioner directly. Move in now, full tactical response. We have multiple explosive devices and chemical agents in play. On our way, came Gordon's immediate reply. 8:02 minutes. What's your status? Complicated, Batman responded, already moving to intercept Bane. Be advised, Scarecrow toxin variant in the north section, neutralized but residual risk. Electrical traps in the east quadrant. Armed hostiles throughout, 4 primary targets. Understood, Hazmat and Bomb Squad are with us. Hold tight. Batman dropped from the catwalk directly into Bane's path, capes spreading to momentarily disorient the mercenary. The police are coming. Your men will be captured. Last chance to surrender before this escalates further. Bane's laugh held genuine amusement. You still don't see it, do you, Batman? This was never about a criminal summit. This was about bringing you here, isolated, surrounded by enemies, focused on too many threats to see the trap until it closed around you. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. What are you saying? I'm saying, Bane replied, that while you were disabling my primary detonator, the secondary system was activated. 2 minutes until this entire structure is reduced to rubble, with you inside. As if to punctuate his statement, warning lights began to flash throughout the warehouse. Not police lights, but the automated alarm system suddenly reactivated. A mechanical voice echoed through hidden speakers. Structural integrity compromised. Emergency evacuation protocol initiated. 2 minutes to control demolition. The effect on the ongoing battle was immediate. The various factions broke off their engagements, henchmen scrambling toward exits in panicked confusion. Riddler was already fleeing toward a predetermined escape route, his remaining men providing covering fire. Two-Face flipped his coin one final time, glanced at the result, and barked orders for his forces to withdraw. Only Joker seemed unfazed, standing in the center of the chaos with his arms spread wide, face upturned to the catwalks where Batman confronted Bane. Now we're having fun, he cackled. The ultimate punchline approaches. Batman's mind raced through options. The explosives were already armed. Trying to disarm them all in under 2 minutes was impossible. Evacuation was the priority now. Alfred, alert Gordon, full evacuation, 1 block radius. The warehouse is going down. Sir, there appears to be a structural weakness in the northwestern corner. The demolition sequence will likely begin there and propagate diagonally. If you proceed to the southern loading bay, you should have approximately 20 additional seconds before that section collapses. Batman turned his attention back to Bane, who was now backing away, apparently content that his trap was sprung. This isn't over, Batman warned. On the contrary, Bane replied, for you, it ends here. With surprising quickness, he turned and moved toward his chosen exit, his remaining men forming a protective phalanx around him. Batman had to make a choice: pursue Bane, or ensure no one remained to be killed in the impending collapse. The decision made itself. Firing his grapnel back to the catwalk, he ascended to gain a better view of the rapidly emptying warehouse. Most of the henchmen had fled, with GCPD undoubtedly apprehending many outside. Riddler was nowhere to be seen, likely escaped through one of his pre-planned routes. Two-Face and his remaining men were visible at the eastern exit, engaging with police as they emerged. But in the center of the warehouse floor, the Joker remained, arms still outstretched, face split by that eternal grin as he watched Batman above. "You can't save everyone, Bats," he called up, voice carrying easily in the now emptier space. Tick-tock, tick-tock, save the clown or catch the bat. What'll it be? The building gave an ominous groan as the first support beams began to buckle under pre-weakened stress points. The demolition sequence had begun. Batman swung down in a controlled arc, landing near the Joker, who made no move to escape or resist. "We're leaving," Now, the Joker's grin widened impossibly. So gallant, so predictable. While you're playing hero with me, Bane, Eddie and poor scarred Harvey are making their getaways. Doesn't that just burn you up inside? Batman grabbed the Joker's arm and fired his grapnel toward the southern exit, the path Alfred had identified as their best chance. Move, he ordered, leaving no room for argument, even from the clown prince of crime. To his surprise, the Joker complied, skipping alongside him with bizarre cheerfulness as they hurried through the collapsing structure. Debris began to rain down around them as support columns failed in sequence, each collapse triggering the next in a carefully engineered chain reaction. "Isn't it beautiful?" Joker marveled as they ran, seemingly genuine in his appreciation of the destruction. All that planning, all those egos and schemes, reduced to falling concrete and twisted metal. Poetry in demolition. They reached the southern loading dock just as the central section of the warehouse gave way with a deafening roar. Batman pulled the Joker through the doorway and into the rainy night outside, both men tumbling forward as a blast of dust and debris erupted behind them. GCPD tactical units swarmed the area, capturing fleeing henchmen and establishing a perimeter around the collapsing structure. Searchlights cut through the rain and dust, creating surreal cones of visibility in the chaos. Batman maintained his grip on the Joker, who made a show of brushing dust from his purple suit as police officers approached cautiously, weapons trained on the infamous criminal. "Well, that was invigorating," Joker declared, seemingly unperturbed by his imminent arrest. "We should do it again sometime. Next Tuesday, perhaps? I'll bring the explosives, you bring that wonderful scowl." Batman handed the Joker over to the officers, who secured him with specialized restraints designed for high-risk prisoners. "Maximum security transport," he instructed them. "He'll try to escape within the first 10 minutes. "Oh, you know me so well," Joker sighed, batting his eyelashes as he was led away. "That's why we're perfect together, Bats. See you soon. Don't be a stranger." Commissioner Gordon approached, rainwater streaming from his trench coat as he surveyed the continuing collapse of the warehouse. "We've got 17 of them in custody so far," he reported, including Joker, but Bane, Riddler, and Two-Face all slipped away in the confusion. Batman nodded, his attention already turning to the next phase. "They won't get far. This was coordinated, not just the summit but the trap." "Trap?" Gorgon frowned. "You think they were working together to trap you?" "Not exactly," Batman replied, watching as firefighters began to contain the peripheral damage from the warehouse collapse. Bane claims it was his operation, but the level of coordination suggests otherwise. The four of them would never work together this smoothly, without a unifying influence. Gordon's expression darkened with understanding. Someone else. Someone pulling their strings from the shadows. Batman didn't respond directly, but his silence was confirmation enough. "I need access to all the prisoners you've captured tonight. Each faction knew only pieces of the larger plan. You think they'll talk?" "Some will," Batman said with certainty. "The ones who realized they were as expendable as the building itself." A final section of the warehouse collapsed with a thunder of breaking concrete and twisting metal. In the distance, police sirens wailed as units pursued fleeing suspects through Gotham's labyrinthine dock district. The rain continued its steady rhythm, already beginning to settle the dust from the destruction. "I'll coordinate a city-wide search for our 3 escapees," Gordon sighed, already anticipating the mountain of paperwork and political fallout from the night's events. "Though something tells me they're already in their respective bolt holes, licking their wounds and plotting revenge." Batman's gaze remained fixed on the ruined warehouse, mind already processing patterns and connections, constructing the wider picture from fragmented evidence. This was elaborate, even for them. Too elaborate for a simple territorial dispute or an attempted trap. Meaning we're missing something. The summit, the trap, the coordinated escape routes, it's all theater, distraction. Batman turned to face Gotham fully. What's happening elsewhere in Gotham tonight? While all available GCPD resources are focused here, Gordon's eyes widened as he immediately grasped the implication. He grabbed his radio, barking urgent orders for status reports from all precincts. Batman was already moving, firing his grapnel toward a nearby rooftop. Whatever game was being played tonight, he had only seen the opening moves. The true objective remained hidden, but he would find it. Above him, the rain-heavy clouds momentarily parted, revealing a sliver of night sky where a familiar signal now shone. The bat signal, illuminated despite Gordon standing right beside him. Someone was calling Batman to another crisis, even as this one still unfolded. The night, it seemed, was far from over. In a penthouse overlooking Gotham's financial district, miles from the destruction at the docks, a figure watched multiple news feeds covering the warehouse collapse. Police lights flickered on the rain-slicked streets below, creating patterns of red and blue against the glass walls of the luxurious space. On 6 separate screens, the drama unfolded from different angles. Helicopter footage of the collapsing warehouse, GCPD establishing perimeters, the Joker being led away in restraints, firefighters battling peripheral blazes that the rain couldn't quite extinguish. Predictable, the observer murmured, sipping from a glass of aged scotch. All of them so very predictable. The figure picked up a phone, dialing a secure number from memory. After 2 rings, it connected. Phase 1 complete, the figure stated without preamble. Proceed with Phase 2. Hanging up, the observer turned to a wall safe concealed behind an original Picasso. Inside lay 4 separate folders, each labeled with the name of one of Gotham's most notorious criminals. Each contained detailed psychological profiles, weaknesses, motivations, and, most importantly, the precise strings to pull to make each dance to another's tune. The Joker's file contained a handwritten note. Craves Batman's attention above all else. Will accept capture if it serves the larger performance. Bane's dossier highlighted his tactical mind, but also his pride. His need to believe he was the architect rather than a piece on someone else's board. Riddler's profile emphasized his intellectual vanity. His compulsion to demonstrate superiority, making him vulnerable to manipulation through carefully constructed puzzles, with solutions that led exactly where the manipulator wanted him to go. And Two-Face, perhaps the easiest to predict, a man divided against himself, letting chance determine his actions. One only needed to weight the coin appropriately to ensure the desired outcome. The figure closed the safe and returned to the window, watching as Gotham's emergency services continued their response to the warehouse collapse. On one screen, Batman could be seen conferring with Commissioner Gordon before disappearing into the night, undoubtedly following the signal that now shone against the low-hanging clouds. "Off you go, Dark Knight," the figure murmured. "The night is indeed young, and there are so many more distractions awaiting you." The bat signal cut through sheets of rain, its iconic silhouette distorted by the precipitation, but unmistakable against the cloud cover. Batman landed silently on the GCPD headquarters roof, immediately noting the absence of any officers, unusual for a signal activation. The roof was empty, save for a small package placed directly in the center of the spotlight's beam. Batman approached cautiously, scanning for tripwires or pressure triggers. Finding none, he examined the package without touching it. A simple cardboard box, sealed with green tape, marked with purple question marks. Riddler and Joker's signatures combined, an impossible collaboration given that Joker was currently in custody, which meant this had been placed before the warehouse confrontation, part of the larger plan that was still unfolding. Using specialized tools from his utility belt, Batman carefully opened the package, revealing a tablet computer and a single playing card, the Joker of Spades, modified to resemble Two-Face with half the face burned away. Beneath these items lay a small vial of glowing green liquid unmistakably similar to Bane's venom compound. The tablet activated automatically once exposed to air, the screen displaying a stylized question mark that morphed into the face of Edward Nygma, the Riddler. Smiling with characteristic smugness. "Batman," the recording began. "By now you've undoubtedly survived our little gathering at the docks. Congratulations are in order, though they should perhaps be directed at us for predicting your every move with such precision." The image changed to a four-way split screen showing Riddler, Joker, Two-Face, and Bane in separate recordings. "Riddle me this," Nygma continued. "What appears to be cooperation but is actually competition. What seems like alliance but conceals betrayal. What looks like failure but achieves its true objective." Joker's recorded image giggled. "Don't strain yourself with Eddie's brain teasers, Bats. The punchline is simple. While you were playing hero at our little demolition party, the real show was starting elsewhere." Two-Face's scarred visage appeared in close-up. 4 targets, 4 diversions, 4 separate crimes occurring while you chased shadows at the docks. The coin predicted you'd save some of us, capture others. It was right, as always. Bane's masked face filled his quadrant of the screen. "Consider this a demonstration of what happens when your enemies truly coordinate, Batman. Tonight was merely a test, a measure of response times, predictable behaviors, prioritization patterns, data to be analyzed and exploited in the future." The screen returned to Riddler alone. Now for the real riddle. Which of us is telling the truth about tonight's events? Are there really crimes in progress elsewhere? Is this merely psychological warfare? Perhaps a combination of truth and misdirection. The recording froze on Riddler's smirking face before the tablet screen went black, replaced by a timer counting down from 30 minutes. Batman immediately activated his communicator. "Alfred, I need a status report on all high-value targets and secure locations in Gotham. Focus on anything connected to these 4 financial institutions, chemical storage, weapons caches, data centers." "Already compiling, sir," Alfred replied, the sound of rapid typing audible in the background. "Though preliminary reports are concerning. There's been a security breach at Gotham First National, a break-in at SSTR Labs Chemical Division, unusual activity at the cybersecurity firm handling Wayne Enterprises' data encryption, and what appears to be an ongoing hostage situation at Blackgate Prison's administrative wing." Batman's jaw tightened. 4 simultaneous high-profile crimes, each bearing the hallmark of one of the 4 supercriminals, while they themselves had been visible at the warehouse, establishing perfect alibis. They've recruited specialized teams, he realized, trained them in their methodologies, perhaps even shared techniques across teams, creating a network of proxy agents who can execute their signature crimes while they themselves appear elsewhere, Alfred concluded. Most troubling, Batman studied the countdown on the tablet. "This is more than proxies, Alfred. The level of coordination, the shared intelligence. They're being manipulated by someone else. someone who understands all four of them well enough to predict and direct their actions. A puppet master, as it were. Any theories as to who possesses both the influence and the psychological insight to manage such volatile personalities? Batman was already moving, firing his grapnel toward the nearest rooftop. Several, none good. I need to prioritize these 4 incidents based on immediate threat level. The Blackgate situation would seem most urgent in terms of potential casualties, Alfred suggested. Preliminary reports indicate administrative staff are being held by individuals wearing Two-Face-inspired masks, demanding the release of certain prisoners. Dispatch coordinates to the Batwing, Batman ordered, already calculating intercept trajectories, and continue monitoring the other situations. If this is a coordinated campaign, the threats will be timed to stretch emergency resources to breaking point. The Blackgate hostage situation resolved with clinical efficiency once Batman penetrated the administrative wing through an overlooked maintenance shaft. The perpetrators' mercenaries wearing crude Two-Face-inspired masks had clearly expected to maintain their position for hours, not minutes. Their objective appeared to be accessing the prison's central database, specifically the files on certain high-security inmates. With the hostages secured and the mercenaries subdued, Batman extracted what information he could from their leader, a former military contractor with no direct connection to Two-Face, but who had received payment and detailed instructions through anonymous channels. Similar patterns emerged at the other crime scenes as Batman systematically addressed each over the next 3 hours. At STR Labs, a team employing Bane's tactics had breached the chemical division, but withdrawn upon securing only a small sample of an experimental compound designed to enhance neural efficiency. At Gotham First National, thieves using Joker's signature theatrical methods had created an elaborate distraction, but actually accessed only safe deposit box 247 registered to a shell corporation with obscured ownership. And the cyber attack bearing Riddler's hallmarks had probed specific sections of Wayne Enterprises' secure servers, focusing on biometric security protocols rather than the valuable intellectual property they protected. By dawn, all 4 incidents had been contained, but Batman was left with more questions than answers. Each crime had been executed with precision by teams who understood the methodologies of Gotham's infamous rogues, but had no direct connection to them. Each had targeted very specific items or information, rather than maximizing potential gain, and each team had been prepared to withdraw or surrender once their objectives were secured, suggesting the operations themselves were more important than the individual outcomes. The tablet Batman had recovered from the GCPD rooftop continued its countdown, now showing less than 2 hours remaining. Whatever it was counting toward remained unclear, but its presence in the overall scheme suggested it was significant. "A most perplexing night, sir," Alfred commented as Batman analyzed the chemical sample recovered from one of the mercenaries, identical to the vial found with the tablet. 4 major criminals, 4 proxy teams, 4 distinct targets, yet all seemingly connected to a unified purpose we've yet to discern. Batman studied the chemical composition displayed on the Batcomputer's main screen. The sample is a derivative of Bane's venom, modified with compounds similar to Scarecrow's fear toxin, and trace elements I haven't fully identified yet. It's designed to affect the amygdala, the brain's fear center, combined with the data breach attempts focusing on biometric security and neural patterns. Someone is developing a way to weaponize fear responses, Batman concluded, not through hallucinations like Scarecrow's toxin, but by amplifying the brain's natural fear response to specific stimuli. Alfred's voice carried his concern clearly. "A concerning development, particularly in light of the mysterious countdown still in progress. Batman turned his attention to the tablet, which now showed 1:47:23 and counting. The timing is deliberate. Dawn plus 2 hours places it at approximately 8 a.m. when Gotham's business district will be at peak morning activity. You believe an attack is planned? No, Batman replied after a moment's consideration. This has been too elaborate for a simple attack. The warehouse, the 4 coordinated crimes, the specific targets, all gathering pieces of a larger puzzle. He studied the countdown. This isn't leading to an attack, it's leading to a revelation. Of what nature? That's what I need to determine before the countdown ends. Batman began synthesizing the disparate elements they had uncovered throughout the night. The modified venom compound targeting fear responses, the prison database access focusing on psychological profiles of inmates, the safe deposit box containing what GCPD had preliminarily identified as specialized electronic components, the probe of Wayne Enterprises' biometric security focusing on neural pattern recognition. A picture was forming, fragmented but increasingly clear. Someone was developing technology to identify, target, and manipulate fear responses on an individual level. Technology that could potentially bypass traditional security by recognizing and exploiting the unique neural patterns of specific individuals. Alfred, check recent transportation records for any movement of specialized medical imaging equipment, particularly fMRI machines or neural mapping technology. Searching now, sir. A brief pause. There was a shipment 3 weeks ago to a medical research facility in the Diamond District, registered to a Dr. Simon Harm, a neuropsychiatrist formerly associated with Arkham Asylum. Batman's eyes narrowed. Dr. Harm was dismissed from Arkham 2 years ago for conducting unauthorized fear response experiments on patients, particularly those with extreme phobias or trauma histories. The very sort one might find in abundance among Arkham's notorious inmates, Alfred observed, including perhaps 4 specific individuals who would have been extensively studied during their various incarcerations. The connection solidified in Batman's mind. He's using what he learned about their fear responses, their psychological triggers. That's how he's controlling them, not through bribes or threats, but through precisely targeted psychological manipulation. A puppet master who knows exactly which strings to pull, Alfred concluded grimly. And now he appears to be commercializing his research. Batman was already moving toward the Batmobile. The countdown is leading to a demonstration, proof of concept for potential buyers. He's going to publicly demonstrate how effectively he can manipulate Gotham's most dangerous criminals. With what purpose in mind? Control of the criminal underworld would be just the beginning, Batman responded as the vehicle roared to life. A technology that can identify and exploit individual fear responses could be weaponized for everything from corporate espionage to political control. The Batmobile accelerated through the cave's hidden exit, emerging onto the private road leading from Wayne Manor toward Gotham proper. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving the city washed clean in the early morning light. Deceptively peaceful given the machinations unfolding within its boundaries. The medical research facility, Batman instructed. Send coordinates. As the Batmobile sped toward the Diamond District, Batman considered the 4 criminals who had been manipulated into creating the night's elaborate distraction. Each brilliant in their own way, each dangerous beyond measure, yet each reduced to pieces on someone else's board, because Dr. Harm understood precisely which psychological buttons to push. The tablet's countdown continued its inexorable progress. 1:04:17 remaining. The Gotham Journal of New Psychiatric Research occupied the top 3 floors of a sleek modern building in the heart of the Diamond District. Batman accessed the building through a maintenance entrance, bypassing standard security with practiced efficiency. The early hour meant minimal staff presence, mostly security and overnight research assistants, monitoring long-term experiments. The top floor was secured with sophisticated measures, biometric scanners, motion detectors, and neural pattern recognition technology similar to what had been targeted in the Wayne Enterprises probe. Batman bypassed these systems methodically, using specialized equipment designed precisely for such security measures. The facility was state-of-the-art, a blend of medical research lab and technology development center. Advanced imaging equipment dominated one section, while another featured what appeared to be prototype devices incorporating the chemical compound Batman had analyzed earlier. A third area contained multiple screens displaying psychological profiles, brain scans, and behavioral prediction models for dozens of individuals, including prominent Gotham citizens, business leaders, and politicians. And at the center of it all, a circular room with 4 separate chambers arranged around a central control station. Each chamber contained specialized equipment calibrated to the psychological profile of a specific individual. Names were clearly labeled: J. Kerr, E. Nigma, H. Dent, and D. Dorrance, the legal names of Joker, Riddler, Two-Face, and Bane. "Most impressive, Detective," came a voice from behind him, "though I confess I expected you approximately 15 minutes ago." Batman turned to face a slender man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing an experiment. Dr. Simon Harms showed no fear at the Dark Knight's presence, only intellectual curiosity. "Your night has been rather demanding," Harm continued conversationally. "The warehouse confrontation, the hostage situation at Blackgate, the chemical theft, the financial institution breach, the cyber attack, all precisely calibrated to map your response patterns, decision-making processes, and prioritization hierarchies under stress. While you demonstrated your control over 4 of Gotham's most dangerous criminals," Batman responded, carefully positioning himself to observe both Harm and the surrounding lab, using their psychological profiles to manipulate them into creating elaborate distractions. Harm's smile was small but satisfied. They weren't being manipulated. They were participating in a mutually beneficial arrangement. I offered each exactly what they truly wanted in exchange for their cooperation in gathering data on you. The Joker wanted chaos and attention. Riddler wanted to demonstrate intellectual superiority. Two-Face wanted to balance order and chance. Bane wanted to test strategic theory against practical application. Batman's eyes narrowed. "And you promised each that your technology would help them overcome their greatest fear. Me." "Precisely." Harm seemed genuinely delighted by Batman's understanding. "You are the common denominator in their psychological profiles, the persistent obstacle, the recurring nightmare, the unpredictable variable that disrupts their carefully constructed worldviews." The countdown on the tablet Batman carried ticked below 30 minutes. "And now you're preparing to demonstrate your control to potential buyers," Batman deduced, "showing how effectively you can manipulate not just criminals but anyone whose fear responses you've mapped." Harm's expression shifted to something more calculating. "The criminal application is merely the proof of concept. The real value lies in subtler influences. Corporate executives making decisions that benefit specific interests, security personnel overlooking certain activities, politicians voting along particular lines, not control through force, but through precisely calibrated psychological pressure applied at key decision points. Mind control. Nothing so crude, Harm corrected. Think of it as decision architecture, creating the conditions under which subjects believe they're making free choices, while actually responding to carefully designed stimuli. Batman's gaze moved to the 4 chambers surrounding the control station. And your demonstration? The countdown is leading to what, exactly? For the first time, Harm's clinical detachment slipped, revealing genuine excitement. A symphony of chaos, Detective. At precisely 8 a.m., my technology will activate specific trigger responses in all 4 of our mutual acquaintances, who have spent the night believing they were the manipulators rather than the manipulated. He gestured to the nearest monitor, which displayed a map of Gotham with 4 blinking indicators in different locations. Each has been equipped with a neural stimulator disguised as something they would willingly use. Joker's makeup, Riddler's puzzle-solving glasses, Two-Face's coin, Bane's venom delivery system. When activated, each will experience an overwhelming fear response focused on a specific target. Batman processed this information with growing concern. Their fear responses will be channeled toward what they perceive as their greatest threats. They'll attack whatever targets you've programmed. The tablet showed 0, 22, 5 and counting. Batman had heard enough. With practiced efficiency, he launched a batarang at the main power junction controlling the lab's systems. Simultaneously, he fired his grapnel at the ceiling support above Harm, using it to propel himself forward, while the momentary confusion of the power disruption distracted the scientist. But Harm was prepared for this confrontation. As the lights flickered and emergency systems engaged, he pressed a device in his pocket. Gas discharged from concealed vents throughout the lab. Not a standard incapacitating agent, but something more sophisticated. Batman's respirator would filter most airborne toxins, but the specialized compound Harm had developed was designed to penetrate such defenses. Your psychological profile suggests you believe yourself beyond fear, Batman, Harm called out, as he retreated toward a secured door at the far end of the lab. But everyone fears something. For you, it's failure. Specifically, the failure to save others. The gas was having minimal effect thanks to Batman's filtered cowl, but enough molecules were penetrating to create a slight disorientation, not debilitating, but noticeable. More concerning was the countdown, now showing 0, 20, 37. Alfred, Batman activated his communicator. I need remote access to the control systems in this facility. Dr. Harm is activating neural stimulators on Joker, Riddler, Two-Face and Bane to trigger coordinated attacks across Gotham. Accessing now, sir, came the immediate response, though I'm detecting sophisticated encryption on their primary systems. Batman moved methodically through the lab, documenting the technology while simultaneously searching for the control mechanism that would halt the countdown. The 4 chambers surrounding the central station contained detailed neural maps of each criminal's brain, highlighting specific regions associated with fear response, decision-making, and impulse control. I need to modify the fear targets, redirect the stimulation away from public locations to minimize casualties. A sound strategy, sir. Though I must point out that redirecting 4 extremely dangerous individuals even away from public targets creates its own risks. Batman worked rapidly, examining the programming that defined each target location. The technical architecture was brilliant but comprehensible. Harm had designed the system with elegant simplicity beneath its complex exterior. I can't shut it down completely without the master encryption key, Batman determined, but I can alter the targeting parameters. A plan formed quickly. If he couldn't prevent the stimulation entirely, he could redirect it toward a controlled environment, specifically back toward Dr. Harm's facility itself. By modifying the geographical coordinates in the targeting system, he could bring all 4 criminals to a single location where he could contain them. As Batman implemented these changes, alarms suddenly blared throughout the facility. Harm had remotely triggered security protocols, likely from a secondary location. Steel shutters began descending over exits, while automated defense systems activated, non-lethal, but designed to incapacitate and contain. "Time is becoming a factor, sir," Alfred noted as the countdown passed 10 minutes. Batman completed the modifications to the targeting system just as security drones deployed from concealed bays in the ceiling. With practiced efficiency, he disabled them using EMP devices from his utility belt, but more would undoubtedly follow. "Targeting coordinates modified," he confirmed. "All 4 subjects will be directed to this facility, rather than their original targets." The countdown reached 5 minutes as Batman moved toward the exit, intent on intercepting Harm before he could implement any contingency plans. The modified targeting system would redirect the 4 criminals, but the neural stimulation itself would still occur, meaning all 4 would be in heightened fear response states when they arrived. "Alert Gordon," Batman instructed as he navigated through the facility's security measures. "I need GCPD ready to establish a perimeter around this building, but they are not to enter. These 4 in fear-induced states will be extremely dangerous." The countdown passed the 3-minute mark. Batman was already moving, firing his grapnel upward, regaining elevation as he surveyed the surrounding Diamond District. The sun had fully risen now, illuminating Gotham's gleaming skyscrapers against a clear blue sky, a stark contrast to the psychological warfare unfolding in their shadows. With less than a minute remaining on the countdown, Batman positioned himself on the rooftop opposite Harm's facility, ready to observe and intervene as needed. If his modifications worked as intended, the 4 criminals would converge here rather than attacking their originally designated targets across Gotham. A dangerous gathering, but one contained to a single location rather than spread throughout the city. The countdown reached 0. For a moment nothing seemed to happen. Then, from different directions, movement. Bane's massive form approaching from the south, moving with uncharacteristic urgency. Two-Face's distinctive car screeching around a corner from the east. A flash of green as Riddler emerged from a nearby building, and the distant sound of maniacal laughter heralding Joker's approach from the north. All converging on Harm's facility, just as Batman had planned. The psychological architect had created a system to manipulate Gotham's most dangerous criminals through their fear responses, and now would face the consequences of his own creation. Batman prepared to descend into what would undoubtedly be a complex and dangerous confrontation. 4 fear-enhanced criminals, 1 manipulative scientist, and the Dark Knight, all converging in a symphony of chaos, orchestrated by unseen hands. The real puppet master, Batman suspected, was still watching from the shadows. But for now, containing the immediate threat took priority. As he launched himself toward the impending confrontation, Batman reflected on the irony. Fear had always been his ally, his tool for fighting Gotham's darkness. Now, it had been weaponized against both the city and its criminals, twisted into something insidious by those who sought to exploit rather than protect. The battle ahead would be challenging, but the war would continue, for where there were shadows in Gotham, there would always be the Bat, not manipulated by fear but transforming it into justice. As Batman stood on the rooftop watching the chaos unfold at Dr. Harm's facility, his communicator activated with Alfred's measured voice. "Sir, I hesitate to add to your already considerable burden, but we have a situation developing at Gotham University's cryogenics laboratory. Batman's eyes narrowed beneath his cowl. With Gordon's forces establishing a perimeter around Harm's facility, the immediate threat of the 4 manipulated criminals was contained, at least temporarily. What kind of situation? Thermal imaging shows a dramatic temperature drop in the building, well beyond normal parameters for even a cryogenics lab, and there have been reports of... Alfred paused, his tone shifting subtly. Unusual behavior among the research staff. Heightened paranoia, irrational fear responses. Batman immediately grasped the implication. Crane and Fries. It would appear so, sir. An unlikely collaboration, but the evidence suggests both their signatures. The Dark Knight cast one final glance at Harm's facility, where GCPD tactical teams were now moving into position. Gordon would manage the situation competently. He understood the dangers posed by Joker, Riddler, Two-Face, and Bane, especially in their current psychologically compromised states. I'm on my way, Batman confirmed, already plotting the most efficient route across Gotham's skyline. As he fired his grapnel toward the nearest building, Batman contemplated this unexpected development. Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow, specialized in fear toxins that induced hallucinations and panic. Victor Freeze, Mr. Freeze, was typically focused on cryogenic technology and his desperate quest to save his wife, Nora. Their methodologies and objectives rarely overlapped, which made their apparent collaboration at Gotham University's cryogenics lab particularly concerning. Fear and ice, a potentially lethal combination that would require all his focus to contain. The night had been long, testing even Batman's considerable endurance and strategic capabilities. But Gotham needed her protector, and rest would have to wait. Whatever Crane and Freeze were planning, it would not end well for the innocent researchers caught in their scheme. As Batman swung between buildings, the first hints of exhaustion beginning to pull at the edges of his consciousness, he steeled himself for the confrontation to come. From one crisis to another, the endless rhythm of Gotham's defender. And so continues the night, as we follow Batman into a new nightmare of fear and frost. Gotham winters were always harsh, but never like this. Batman stood atop Wayne Tower, his cape billowing in winds that carried an unnatural chill, sharper, more penetrating than any seasonal cold. Through his cowl's enhanced vision, he surveyed the expanding pattern of darkness spreading across the city grid. One by one, neighborhoods were going dark as power stations failed, each blackout precisely timed and methodically executed. This wasn't weather, this was warfare. Alfred, Batman spoke into his cowl's comm system. I need thermal mapping of the affected zones. The temperature is dropping too rapidly for natural causes. Already compiling the data, sir, Alfred replied, his voice clear despite the howling wind. Sensors indicate the Morgan district has experienced a 17-degree temperature drop in the last hour alone. The pattern suggests deliberate targeting of the city's primary heating nodes. Batman's breath formed crystalline clouds as he processed this information, cross-section with recent criminal activities involving advanced refrigeration technology. A moment of silence then. I believe you already know where this is leading, Master Bruce. GothCorp's experimental cryogenic stabilization components were reported stolen 3 days ago. Dr. Victor Freeze's particular signature. Batman had already reached the same conclusion. Mr. Freeze had the knowledge, the motivation, and the ruthlessness to execute such a precise attack on Gotham's infrastructure. but something about the pattern troubled him. The systematic nature of the blackouts suggested a larger design, a methodology more complex than Freeze's usual direct approach. What about the Wayne Enterprises neurochemical shipment that was hijacked last week? Batman asked, already moving toward the edge of the roof. Has GCPD made any progress tracking it? None reported, Alfred confirmed, though there have been unusual admissions to Gotham General. Patients exhibiting extreme paranoia focus specifically on cold and freezing. Dr. Leslie Tompkins reports symptoms unlike anything she's encountered before. The pieces aligned with disturbing clarity. One villain targeting Gotham's physical environment, another targeting its psychological resilience. Together they could bring the city to its knees in hours. It's Crane, Batman concluded grimly, working with Freeze. As if in confirmation, emergency sirens began wailing across the city. Their urgent cries carried on winds that grew colder by the minute. In the distance, an unnatural fog was rolling through the financial district, glittering with ice crystals that shouldn't have formed in Gotham's usually mild winter climate. Batman fired his grapnel toward an adjacent building. Alert Oracle. Tell her to coordinate with GCPD on evacuation protocols for the affected zones. And contact Lucius. I'm going to need specialized thermal equipment. As he swung through the rapidly cooling night air, Batman's mind was already mapping contingencies, calculating response times, identifying probable targets. A partnership between Scarecrow and Mr. Freeze represented a devastating combination. Environmental and psychological warfare layered into a single synchronized attack. Gotham was facing a long, cold night, and things would get much worse before dawn. The emergency room at Gotham General Hospital had transformed into a scene from a fever dream. Patients lined the corridors, shivering violently despite thermal blankets and heaters running at maximum capacity. Their eyes were wide with a terror that transcended physical discomfort, each person trapped in personal nightmares of freezing, dying, shattering. Dr. Leslie Tompkins met Batman at the service entrance, her usually composed features tight with concern. "I've never seen anything like this," she said without preamble, leading him through the crowded hallways. "They're experiencing hypothermic delusions, but their core temperatures are only slightly below normal. It's as if their minds believe they're freezing to death, regardless of their actual physical condition." "Fear toxin," Batman confirmed, studying the patients as they passed, but modified to trigger specific terror responses to cold. Leslie nodded grimly. "That matches our blood analysis. We found traces of Crane's usual compounds, but with significant alterations. The strange part is how it's spreading. These patients came from different parts of the city, with no common exposure site." Batman paused beside one patient, a middle-aged woman whose teeth chattered uncontrollably as she muttered about ice forming in her veins. "It's temperature activated," he realized. "The toxin remains dormant in the bloodstream until the body experiences a drop in temperature. The colder it gets, the more severe the hallucinations become." "My God," Leslie whispered, the implications dawning. "If Gotham keeps getting colder, every citizen becomes a potential victim," Batman finished, his voice hardening. "And with power stations failing across the grid, that's exactly what's happening." Batman moved to a hospital computer terminal, bypassing the security measures with practiced ease. "I need to see the distribution pattern of cases so far." The map that appeared confirmed his suspicion. The highest concentration of fear toxin victims directly correlated with the neighborhoods first affected by power failures. The pattern was expanding outward as more heating nodes went offline. "How is it being delivered?" Leslie asked, studying the map. Water supply? No. Batman enlarged the map, highlighting the affected zones. Air circulation systems, commercial building ventilation, subway tunnels, department store heating ducts, places where warm air is distributed across large areas. Which means as businesses and homes crank up their heating to combat the cold, they're circulating more of the toxin, Batman confirmed, creating a feedback loop. The colder it gets, the more heat people use, the more toxin they inhale, the worse their fear response becomes. Leslie's expression hardened with professional determination. We need an antidote, fast. I've stabilized the worst cases with sedatives, but that's only treating symptoms. I'll need blood samples from patients at different stages, Batman said, already extracting collection vials from his utility belt, and access to your lab. As Leslie arranged for the samples, Batman contacted Oracle through his cowl comm. Barbara, I need thermal imaging for the entire city grid, focusing on anomalous cold spots that don't match the power outage pattern. Already on it, Oracle replied, the sound of rapid typing accompanying her voice. I'm detecting several concentrated cold zones that shouldn't exist, including one at the Gotham Central Power Distribution Facility. The temperature there is dropping much faster than surrounding areas, despite being officially operational. That's where I'll find Freeze, Batman stated, studying the hospital's own heating systems, still functioning but working at maximum capacity to combat the unnatural cold. What about unusual activity at chemical facilities or pharmaceutical companies? Nothing confirmed, but there's been no communication from staff at Gotham University's advanced neurochemistry lab for the past 6 hours. And thermal imaging shows the building is completely cold, no heat signatures at all. Batman's suspicions crystallized. That's Crane. He's using the university lab to produce the toxin, then distributing it through the heating systems Freeze hasn't yet disabled. Divide and conquer? Oracle asked, understanding the implication. No choice, Batman replied grimly. The power distribution facility is the priority. If it goes down, the entire city loses heat, and we'll have a humanitarian catastrophe in hours. I need to stop Freeze first. What about Crane? Oracle pressed. Batman was already moving toward the exit, pausing only to collect the blood samples from Leslie. I'm sending these to the Batcave. Alfred will begin analyzing them for an antidote formula. In the meantime, alert GCPD to establish a perimeter around the university, but warn them not to enter. Crane will have the entire building rigged with fear toxin dispersal devices. Outside the hospital, the temperature had dropped another 5 degrees in the short time Batman had been inside. Ice was forming on the streets, transforming familiar urban landscapes into crystalline, alien terrain. Emergency vehicles struggled for traction, their sirens creating a continuous wail across the city. Gotham was already on the edge of panic. If both Freeze's cold assault and Crane's fear toxin weren't stopped soon, that edge would crumble into chaos that would claim countless lives. Batman fired his grapnel toward a nearby rooftop, the mechanics briefly struggling against the forming ice before engaging. As he swung through air that bit at his exposed skin with unnatural ferocity, he activated the thermal lining in his suit, an addition Lucius had installed after his last encounter with Mr. Freeze, but never tested under such extreme conditions. He could only hope it would be enough for what awaited him at the power distribution facility. The Gotham Central Power Distribution Facility resembled a fortress of ice. Massive icicles hung from transmission towers, power lines sagged under the weight of frozen precipitation, and the access roads were sealed beneath sheets of black ice. Most disturbing was the unnatural silence. the usual hum of transformers and generators replaced by the brittle cracking of expanding ice. Batman approached cautiously, using thermal imaging to identify potential entry points. The main structure showed uniformly frigid temperatures, but a central section burned cold on his display, a concentrated epicenter of chill that could only be generated by Mr. Freeze's technology. Switching to structural analysis, Batman identified a maintenance tunnel leading beneath the facility, likely used for accessing the underground cable network. It represented the best chance of entering undetected. The tunnel entrance was partially obstructed by ice, but a controlled application of explosive gel created enough space for Batman to slip through. Inside, the air grew progressively colder as he advanced, his breath forming crystalline clouds that briefly illuminated the darkness before dissipating. "Alfred," Batman whispered into his comm, "what's the status on those blood samples?" "Most troubling, sir," Alfred replied, his voice tight with concern. "The compound appears to bind directly to thermoreceptors in the brain, essentially hijacking the body's temperature regulation system. As body temperature decreases, the toxin multiplies its effects exponentially. Any progress on an antidote? Preliminary work only. The molecular structure is frustratingly complex. Clearly, Dr. Crane has refined his methods significantly. It appears he's incorporated elements of Mr. Freeze's research on cryogenic preservation. This confirmed Batman's suspicion that the partnership between the two villains went beyond mere convenience. They were combining their scientific expertise, creating threats neither could accomplish alone. "Keep working on it," Batman instructed, "and have Lucius prepare the city-wide aerosol distribution system. Once we have an antidote, we'll need to deploy it across Gotham immediately." The tunnel opened into a maintenance area beneath the facility's main floor. Batman paused, listening intently. Above, he could hear the distinctive hum of Freeze's cryogenic technology, a sound unlike any conventional machinery. But there was something else. Voices, multiple voices, their words indistinct but their tone unmistakably fearful. Batman ascended through a service ladder, emerging into what had once been the facility's main control room. Now it was a winter nightmare. Control panels encased in ice, monitors cracked from rapid freezing, and staff members huddled together in a corner, their extremities showing the blue-white signs of advancing frostbite. And dominating the center of the room, Mr. Freeze stood beside a massive device that pulsed with cold blue energy. His cryosuit had been upgraded since their last encounter, the transparent helmet now integrated with more advanced life support systems, the freeze gun replaced by gauntlets that appeared to generate cold directly. "The temperature will continue to drop, Batman," Freeze announced without turning, somehow aware of Batman's presence despite the stealth of his approach. "Gotham will experience what true cold means, what isolation means, what loss means." Batman moved toward the hostages, noting their deteriorating condition. "These people need medical attention, Victor. This isn't about them. Isn't it?" Freeze finally turned, his expressionless face revealing nothing through the helmet. "They huddled there, fearing death from cold, yet every day they take for granted the warmth that sustains them. Just as Gotham took Nora from me, leaving me in perpetual cold." Batman continued, edging closer, analyzing Freeze's device. It appeared to be connected directly to the facility's main distribution systems, not merely freezing the building, but actively pumping supercooled material into Gotham's power and heating infrastructure. "This won't bring Nora back," Batman stated, dropping into a fighting stance. "And your partnership with Crane puts thousands of innocent lives at risk. Something shifted in Freeze's impassive expression, a flicker of what might have been confusion. Crane? Jonathan Crane is irrelevant to my work here. This is between Gotham and me alone. Batman hesitated, processing this unexpected response. If Freeze wasn't knowingly working with Scarecrow, then their simultaneous attacks might be a manipulation, Batman realized aloud. Someone coordinated your breakouts, pointed you both toward complementary targets. Enough talk, Freeze declared, raising his gauntlets. The air between them instantly crystallized, forming jagged ice projectiles that launched toward Batman with lethal force. Batman dodged sideways, the ice shards embedding themselves in the wall behind him with enough force to crack concrete. He responded by throwing 3 batarangs in rapid succession, not at Freeze directly, but at the cooling tubes connecting his suit to the larger device. Freeze deflected 2 with an ice shield projected from his gauntlet, but the third found its mark, rupturing a connection point. Supercooled fluid began venting into the air, forming an instant fog that obscured both combatants. Using the cover, Batman circled toward the hostages, quickly assessing their condition. "Get to the maintenance tunnel," he instructed, pointing toward his entry point. "Follow it to the exterior access. GCPD and medical personnel are on their way." As the staff members began moving towards safety, Freeze's voice called through the fog. "Their escape changes nothing, Batman. My device is already synchronized with 14 substations across Gotham. The process cannot be reversed." Batman fired his grapnel toward the ceiling, using the elevation to spot Freeze through the dissipating fog. The villain was hunched over his device, rapidly typing commands into a frost-covered interface. "The next stage activates in 60 seconds, Freeze continued, not looking up from his work. "Gotham will experience temperatures approaching -40 degrees. Cold enough to crack stone, rupture pipes, freeze people where they stand." Batman launched himself downward, aiming for the device's main power coupling, but Freeze anticipated the move. A blast from his gauntlet created an ice barrier that Batman crashed into, momentarily stunned by the impact. "I have evolved beyond our previous encounters," Freeze stated, his tone as cold as the air around them. "My technology no longer simply removes heat, it actively negates thermal energy. At the molecular level, there is no defense." Batman regained his footing, noting the timer on Freeze's device showing 40 seconds remaining. Direct confrontation wasn't working. He needed to target the system itself rather than its creator. Reaching into his utility belt, Batman extracted several small, cylindrical devices, experimental thermal charges developed by Lucius, specifically to counter Freeze's technology. He rolled them across the floor, their paths seemingly random but actually precisely calculated. "Your desperation is showing, Batman," Freeze observed, watching the devices come to rest at apparently harmless distances from his equipment. "Whatever those are, they cannot generate enough heat to counteract my work." "They don't need to generate heat," Batman replied, pressing a detonator. "They just need to disrupt your molecular field." The charges activated simultaneously, each emitting not an explosion but a pulsing disruption wave specifically calibrated to the frequency of Freeze's molecular manipulation technology. The effect was immediate. The steady blue glow of his device flickered, power fluctuations rippling through its systems. Freeze lunged toward the control panel, trying to stabilize the failing systems. "No! The calibration is critical. If the molecular field collapses improperly..." He never finished the warning. The device emitted a high-pitched whine, then imploded in a spectacular burst of supercooled particles. The blast knocked both Batman and Freeze backward, coating everything in the vicinity with a layer of instantly formed ice. Batman was first to recover, his thermal suit protecting him from the worst effects. Freeze lay motionless several meters away, his helmet cracked, the systems of his suit fluctuating between operational and failed states. Moving quickly, Batman secured Freeze with specialized restraints designed to withstand extreme cold. Then he turned his attention to the destroyed device, confirming it was completely disabled. The immediate threat to Gotham's power grid was neutralized, but the damage already done would take hours to repair. "Alfred," Batman called through his comm. "Freeze is contained. His device has been neutralized." "What's the status on city temperatures?" "The drop has halted, sir," Alfred reported, relief evident in his voice. "Though the affected areas remain dangerously cold, emergency services are establishing warming centers in each district. But there's another concern. Hospital admissions for fear toxin exposure are continuing to rise exponentially." Batman approached Freeze, who was regaining consciousness. "Where is Crane?" he demanded. "What was your arrangement with him?" Freeze's eyes focused slowly behind his damaged helmet. "I made no arrangement with Scarecrow," he replied, his voice weakened but still emotionless. "My target was Gotham's heat. Its comfort, its warmth, nothing more." "Then how do you explain the fear toxin specifically designed to trigger hypothermic hallucinations, the timing that perfectly aligned with your attack?" Something like realization seemed to dawn in Freeze's normally impassive expression. "We were used," he stated after a moment. "Directed. Someone with knowledge of both our methods arranged for compatible but separate attacks." Batman's suspicions hardened into certainty. "Who broke you out of Arkham? Who suggested targeting the power grid specifically?" "A guard," Freeze replied, his systems stabilizing enough for him to sit upright despite his restraints. "New to Arkham, he spoke of injustice, of how Gotham's warmth mocked my condition. He provided the access codes, the timing, the target." Freeze's eyes narrowed slightly. "He mentioned how fear and cold were natural companions." That was all Batman needed to hear. Someone had manipulated both Freeze and Crane, directing them toward complementary attacks without either villain realizing they were part of a coordinated assault on Gotham. "Alfred, contact GCPD to secure Freeze and begin restoration of the power systems," Batman instructed, already moving toward the exit. "The university lab is now the priority. If Crane doesn't realize he's being manipulated, he may still be producing the toxin there." As Batman emerged from the facility into the frozen Gotham night, Oracle's voice came through his comm. "Bruce, we have a problem. Thermal imaging shows the university lab has gone from cold to hot in the last 10 minutes. Something's burning in there." Batman accelerated his pace, firing his grapnel toward the nearest high point to begin the journey across the city. "Crane is destroying evidence, or worse, releasing a concentrated dose of the toxin as a final act." Either possibility meant time was running out for Gotham's citizens already affected by the fear toxin. Without an antidote, the combination of dropping temperatures and escalating psychological terror would claim lives throughout the night. The race against time had entered its final, most desperate phase. Gotham University's advanced neurochemistry lab was engulfed in chemical flames by the time Batman arrived. Not the orange-red of conventional fire, but an eerie blue-green that cast sickly shadows across the snow-covered campus. Campus security had established a perimeter, but were wisely staying clear of the toxic smoke billowing from broken windows. Batman's cowl automatically enhanced his vision, analyzing the smoke's composition. "Alfred, the fire is consuming large quantities of the fear toxin. The combustion is creating an airborne variant, that's more potent but shorter-lived than the original formula. Most concerning, sir. I've been analyzing the blood samples, and there's something unusual about this particular strain. It doesn't merely trigger fear responses. It seems designed to push the human mind towards specific fear scenarios involving cold, ice, and freezing. Batman secured his specialized rebreather designed specifically to filter Crane's toxins. Crane has always been obsessed with tailoring fears to specific phobias. This is just a more targeted approach. Perhaps, sir, but the molecular structure suggests something more deliberate, as if it were designed to complement Mr. Freeze's attack with remarkable precision, the kind of precision that suggests shared research. Batman paused at this observation. Shared unwillingly, perhaps. Check Arkham's visitor logs for the past 3 months. Look for any overlap in personnel who had access to both Freeze and Crane. As he prepared to enter the burning building, Batman noticed something odd about the fire pattern. It was spreading in a controlled manner, following specific pathways through the lab rather than consuming everything indiscriminately. This wasn't destruction, it was production. The fire was deliberately creating more of the airborne toxin. Batman adjusted his approach, using thermal imaging to identify the coolest entry point, a ground floor window on the building's north side. The glass was already cracked from temperature extremes, requiring minimal force to create an opening large enough to slip through. Inside, the air was thick with noxious chemicals, despite his rebreather's filtration. The lab had been transformed from an academic research facility into a nightmare production center. Every surface was covered with elaborate chemical apparatus. Bunsen burners heating compounds that bubbled and steamed, feeding their vapors into collection systems that piped them throughout the building. And moving methodically among this chemical maze was the thin, ragged figure of Dr. Jonathan Crane, no longer wearing his signature burlap mask, but a sophisticated breathing apparatus that resembled a plague doctor's beaked visage. The irony wasn't lost on Batman, a medieval symbol of disease now used to spread a modern psychological plague. Your theatrical entrance was unnecessary, Batman. Crane spoke without turning, his voice distorted by his breathing apparatus. I've been expecting you, though I calculated your arrival approximately 27 minutes earlier. Mr. Freeze must have proved more resilient than anticipated. Batman moved deeper into the lab, cataloging potential points of intervention in Crane's elaborate setup. This ends now, Crane. Your toxin is already affecting hundreds across Gotham. Crane continued adjusting valves on his apparatus, seemingly unconcerned by Batman's presence. Hundreds. How disappointing. By my calculations, exposure should have reached thousands by now. He glanced at a tablet displaying a map of Gotham, with spreading color-coded zones. Ah, I see the issue. The city's emergency protocols activated sooner than expected. Fascinating. Who put you up to this? Batman demanded, edging closer while avoiding direct contact with the chemical equipment. Who coordinated your efforts with Freeze? For the first time, Crane seemed genuinely surprised, his movements momentarily pausing. Coordinated? No one coordinates my work, Batman. My research is too precise, too visionary for collaboration. He resumed adjusting his equipment. Though I must admit, the timing of Freeze's attack provided an optimal environmental backdrop for my new compound. Fear responds beautifully to physical stresses. Batman analyzed Crane's response, detecting no deception, only the usual megalomania that characterized the former psychiatrist's personality. Like Freeze, Crane didn't realize he was being manipulated. You were both used, Batman stated flatly. Someone orchestrated your escapes from Arkham, pointed you toward complementary targets, knowing the combined effect would be devastating. Crane tilted his head bird-like behind his mask, an interesting hypothesis. It would explain certain conveniences in my escape. The guard who left specific chemicals within my reach, the suggestions about targeting the university's heating systems for toxin distribution. His voice took on an analytical tone, the scientist momentarily overriding the madman. The guard mentioned how fear blossoms in cold, how primal survival instincts amplify terror when warmth is threatened. The same pattern as Freeze had described, subtle manipulation by someone with intimate knowledge of both villains' methods and psychologies. Someone with access to Arkham, someone who understood that the combination of environmental attack and psychological warfare would create something far more dangerous than either villain could accomplish alone. But identifying the puppet master would have to wait. Gotham needed an antidote now. "Your formula, Crane," Batman demanded, moving into a direct confrontation stance. "Where is it?" Scarecrow's laugh rasped through his mask. "In the air, Batman. In the water. In the blood of Gotham's citizens. My finest work. A toxin that hibernates until awakened by cold, then blossoms into personalized nightmares of freezing, shattering, dying alone in the ice." "And the antidote?" Batman pressed, knowing Crane always developed one, not from humanitarian concern, but from scientific thoroughness. "Antidote?" Crane's voice carried mock confusion. "What makes you think I would develop an antidote for winter itself?" "The cold is the catalyst, Batman. As long as Gotham freezes, my toxin thrives. The only antidote would be to warm every affected citizen to precisely 98.7 degrees Fahrenheit and maintain that temperature for 12 hours. He gestured toward the window, where ice continued to form on Gotham's skyline. Rather impossible under current conditions, wouldn't you say? Batman lunged forward, grabbing Crane by his lab coat and lifting him away from the chemical apparatus. "You're lying. Every compound has a counteragent. Where is it?" Crane didn't resist, his body limp in Batman's grasp. "You misunderstand the elegance of my design, Batman. This isn't a traditional toxin with a traditional antidote. It's a symbiotic relationship with environmental conditions. Restore Gotham's heat, and you neutralize my work. Fail, and the city descends into hypothermic madness." Batman's grip tightened as he processed this information. If Crane was telling the truth, and his smug confidence suggested he was, then the antidote wasn't chemical but environmental. Gotham needed its heat restored, and quickly. "Alfred!" Batman called through his comm. "Crane confirms the toxin is temperature dependent. We need to accelerate power restoration to the affected zones." "Already coordinating with city services, sir," Alfred replied. "But even with emergency measures, full restoration will take hours. And the weather service reports a natural cold front moving in by midnight, dropping temperatures another 10 degrees. Batman's mind raced through alternatives. Evacuation wasn't feasible for an entire city. Individual treatment would take too long. They needed a way to rapidly warm thousands of affected citizens simultaneously. The Wayne Enterprise's atmospheric regulators, Batman realized aloud. The prototypes designed for weather pattern modification in drought-affected regions. "An inspired thought, sir," Alfred confirmed, "though they're designed to increase precipitation, not temperature. Lucius can recalibrate them," Batman decided, securing Crane with specialized restraints. 4 units positioned strategically could create localized heat pockets over the most affected neighborhoods. As Batman disabled the remaining chemical apparatus, ensuring no more toxin would be produced, Oracle's voice came through his comm. "Bruce, I think I've identified our puppet master. Arkham records show a new psychiatrist joined the staff 2 months ago, Dr. Elias Crane. He had evaluation sessions with both Freeze and Scarecrow. Run background checks, Batman instructed, dragging a now silent Crane toward the exit. Full history, credentials, everything. That's just it, Oracle continued, her voice tense. There is no history. The credentials check out on the surface, but dig deeper, and Dr. Elias Crane doesn't exist before 8 months ago. And here's the clincher. He hasn't reported for work since both Freeze and Scarecrow escaped. The pieces aligned with disturbing clarity. Someone had created an elaborate false identity, infiltrated Arkham, and spent months psychologically manipulating 2 of Gotham's most dangerous criminals, preparing them for a coordinated attack without either realizing they were being directed. But why? What could anyone gain from plunging Gotham into frozen terror? Those questions would have to wait. With Crane secured and the toxin production halted, the priority now was implementing the temperature solution before more citizens succumbed to the deadly combination of cold and fear. Have Lucius prepare the atmospheric regulators for immediate deployment, Batman instructed Alfred, and tell Jim to establish warming centers in every possible public building, schools, libraries, shopping centers. We need to get people's core temperatures up as quickly as possible. As Batman emerged from the university building with the subdued Scarecrow, he surveyed the frozen Gotham skyline. Ice glittered on every surface, transforming the familiar urban landscape into something alien and hostile. Emergency lights pulsed in the distance as first responders struggled to address the growing crisis. The night was far from over, and somewhere in Gotham, the architect of this synchronized attack was watching, evaluating, perhaps already planning the next move in whatever game they were playing. But first, the city needed warmth. Then, and only then, could Batman turn his attention to hunting the shadow that had orchestrated this night of fear and freezing. Dawn broke over a Gotham transformed. Streets glistened with melting ice as the Wayne Enterprises' atmospheric regulators hummed from their positions atop the city's highest buildings, projecting waves of gentle heat across affected neighborhoods. Emergency workers moved from building to building, checking on residents, distributing thermal blankets, and administering the supportive care that the fear toxin victims needed as their body temperatures normalized. Batman stood on the roof of the GCPD headquarters, his cape occasionally billowing in the artificially warmed breeze. Beside him, Commissioner Gordon studied a tablet, displaying real-time updates on the city's recovery efforts. The hospitals report toxin symptoms are subsiding as patients warm up, Gordon reported. Another hour of this controlled temperature increase and we should be past the crisis point. Batman nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the morning sun was beginning to burn away both natural fog and chemical residue. The toxin breaks down completely when body temperature returns to normal. No lasting physical effects, though the psychological trauma may linger for some. Gordon rubbed his eyes beneath his glasses, exhaustion evident in every movement. Freeze and Scarecrow are secured in specialized cells at GCPD headquarters. No chance of either returning to Arkham until we've completed a full security review. He hesitated before adding, "Any progress identifying this Dr. Crane character?" Oracle has traced financial transactions to a short-term apartment rental in the Diamond District, Batman replied, "but I doubt we'll find anything there except more carefully planted false leads. You think this goes deeper than just manipulating 2 inmates into a coordinated attack?" Batman turned to face Gordon directly. This was too elaborate, too precisely planned to be an isolated incident. Someone spent months studying Freeze and Crane, understanding their psychologies, identifying exactly how to motivate them toward complementary targets without either realizing they were being directed. A test run, Gordon concluded grimly, seeing how effectively they could manipulate Gotham's rogues gallery, and testing my response patterns, Batman added, observing how I prioritize threats, allocate resources, develop countermeasures. The implications hung heavily between them. Someone wasn't just targeting Gotham, they were specifically studying Batman's methods, perhaps identifying weaknesses for some future confrontation. Gordon's tablet chimed with an incoming alert. They found something at the apartment, he reported after reading the message. No suspect, but a single playing card left on the kitchen table. Batman's expression darkened. Joker. Gordon shook his head. Not his style. This was a tarot card. The Tower. Symbolizes sudden change, upheaval, revelation. He looked up from the tablet. Whoever this is, they're leaving breadcrumbs. Batman turned back toward the brightening horizon, where Gotham was gradually emerging from its night of terror. Not breadcrumbs, challenges, invitations to the next game. You think they'll try again? I know they will, Batman stated with certainty. This was too methodical, too calculated to be a single event. They're testing boundaries, studying responses, preparing for something larger. Gordon sighed heavily. Just what Gotham needs. Someone weaponizing our existing rogues gallery. Batman's cowl cam activated with Oracle's voice. Bruce, thermal imaging confirms all affected zones have returned to safe temperature levels. Lucius says the atmospheric regulators can be powered down in sequence now. Understood, Batman replied. Then, to Gordon, the immediate crisis is contained, but we need to enhance security protocols at Arkham immediately. Whoever is behind this will try to access other inmates. Gordon nodded in agreement. I'll assign my most trusted officers to the asylum detail. No new personnel without triple verification of backgrounds. As the commissioner turned to leave, Batman's gaze returned to the city below, where citizens were cautiously emerging from emergency shelters, returning to homes and businesses that had nearly become death traps hours earlier. The crisis had been averted, but the vulnerability had been exposed, not just in Gotham's infrastructure, but in the way its greatest threats could be manipulated and directed by an unseen hand. Batman fired his grapnel toward an adjacent building, preparing to begin his own investigation into the mysterious Dr. Crane. As he swung through the warming air, his mind was already analyzing the pattern, the methodology, the precision of the attack. Someone had studied Gotham's villains with clinical detachment, understanding exactly how to deploy them for maximum effect. And that someone was still out there, watching, learning, planning the next move in a game whose rules and ultimate objective remained hidden in shadow. The night of fear and freezing had ended, but the true threat, the architect behind it, was just beginning their work, and Batman would need to unravel their identity before the next attack, which would surely come with even greater coordination, greater danger, and greater challenges for Gotham's dark night. As the morning sun finally broke fully over the horizon, Batman disappeared into the shadows of the city he had once again saved. But for how long, even he couldn't predict. The game had changed, the players were being manipulated, and somewhere, watching from the shadows, a new kind of threat waited to make their next move. Gotham's temperature was returning to normal, but the chill of what this night represented, the calculated manipulation of the city's greatest threats, would linger long after the ice had melted from its streets. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.